that we are the American Indians. Baby. Copper color Indians, baby. A real Indian, American Indian is me, not from Africa. Remember that.
African Americans here, but they recently moved here from places like Kenya, Ethiopia, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and Zaire. But now the brother whose family's lived in this country for generations, occupying space in all the locations, New York, Miami, LA, Detroit, Chicago, even if he's wearing a dashiki and sporting an afro. And if you go to Africa in search of your race, you'll find out quick, you're not an African American. You're just a black American in Africa taking up space. Why you keep trying to attach yourself to a continent where even if you got the chance to go and you went, most people that wouldn't even claim you as one of them, as a purebred. Your heritage is right here now, no matter.
And we are not Africans. We are not African. Are you an African, baby? I'm not no African.
Yeah. Conscious. Matic. Alright, so far away I come from. I sit and wonder about the times that it made sense, but nowadays I don't worry about what's past tense. My younger days I used to hang around with mad friends. If we just fell out, I don't really know what happened. A lot of people come around and keep you stagnant, distraction. So yeah, don't show them no compassion. We was really out here grinding, really rapping, stacking them Franklins, them Grants and them Jacksons. Imagine if we would've never chased our passion, we probably would've never knew what happened. They was all just talk, we showed action. Once they leave, don't you let them back in. Just pack up all they stuff and send them packing. I'm blacking on anybody thinking they could act up with me. This vibe ain't for free, cause where I'm at in life, I'm only focused on me. Note the self, know yourself, focus on your health. They don't wanna help, then fuck it, do it by yourself. Don't give them no excuse to put you on the shelf. If it's me, myself, and I, then it's no one else. Yeah, self-love is the best love. It's the people who always give that never get love. They ain't real enough to probably say they messed up. Just let it go and make the best of it. Yeah, self-love is the best love. It's the people who always give that never get love. They ain't real enough to probably say they messed up. Just let it go and make the best of it. Love yourself.
Yeah, practice what you preaching, but clearly they not practicing entitlement and pride. Yeah, those two things they factor in. Spiral out of control just from all the bantering. When they accustomed to talking behind your back with all that chattering. I remove myself before I abuse myself. Talk about self-love, but you gotta do it yourself. Yeah, I won't act too good for no help. We all healing now. Said some things about me that ain't true. How you feeling now? Even at my lowest, they tried to find a way to bring me down. Big y'all up for years, ain't talking just the brand or the sound. I don't throw things around, I do it from the heart proud. Mama just wanna see her sunshine, removing them dark clouds.
Yeah, self-love is the best love. It's the people who always give that never get love. They ain't real enough to probably say they messed up. Just let it go and make the best of it. Yeah, self-love is the best love. It's the people who always give that never get love. They ain't real enough to probably say they messed up. Just let it go and make the best of it. Love yourself.
Yep. Hey, y'all. Hey, now.
Yeah.
I'm just going to get right into it. Hey, y'all. Smash the like button. Y'all watching in Twitter now. I know damn well. Come on, y'all. I need y'all to hit the like button. Please hit the like button. Hey, King of all man. Anthony Lowe. Bronx. Flat Power God. Lady Moon. Anthony Lowe. Oh, what's good, y'all? Enox. Hey, Lilia, Lady Moon. Man, I wasn't gonna go live today, but I got a lot done that I wanted to get done today. So, but I probably definitely won't go live tomorrow because I'm gonna do Nana duty tomorrow. So, and that consists of them staying the night and me bringing them to the school bus stop. Well, at least to the daddy. But yeah, I miss them. So I wanted to get in and do a little twist. Y'all, please smash the like button, please. I mean, oh, thanks. Damn, we could do better, y'all. Come on. It's okay. Hey, Bridget. Hey. So I'm just going to get right into it. I'm not going to wait because it's going to consist of a lot of dialogue. And I first want to get into, I wanted to reverse the story a little bit because that's what research is all about. We can't take everybody's information and put our stamp on it. We can't put our stamp on nothing, y'all. Nothing. And the reason why I say that, because 2,000 years ago, 2,024 years ago, because it's 2024, none of us was here. And we know the earth didn't start in year one since, seriously, it's been 2,024 years. And we know the earth didn't start at one. Somebody restarted it. Everything restarted all over again on this landmass because there was life before 2024 years ago. And you hear the flood stories and you see some structures underwater. I'm just not here enough to say that the whole entire earth was flooded and started all over again. Obviously, because somebody's breathing. And where were the people? Come on. And so when I say that, research consists of a lot of critical, and I mean very critical thinking. And I think of all kinds of things when I research, because when we're researching, we're reading other people's information. And a lot of us aren't archaeologists. And me, for one, I don't trust all archaeologists. Because, I mean, I could say I found something in the goddamn ground. But is it true? We'll never know. We'll never know. For real. Because you can't believe everybody. And so, in saying that, 2024 years ago, what if, because after reading everything about our history as a people, we know that we were slaves and then that's the end of our history. That's definitely cap. Now, there were empires. I don't know what name you want to put on it, but there were empires, kingdoms, even heaven for that sake going on. And when we see the amount of traffic coming in our landmass from people all over the world not wanting to stay in their own countries, that says a lot about this particular landmass and how it's managed. Because all races of people are here. I believe every soul or on this planet is here. Every type of soul on all around this planet is here on our continent. I mean, I don't know one race of people that's just literally not here. I gotta get more water. So, in reading all the research that I've been reading, all the information that I've come across about one thing about research, you have to ask real critical questions. You got to reverse it, just like the story's told in reverse. I'm wondering, and I don't know if anybody else ever had this thought. I'm sure you did if you research. Did you ever, hey, Ajumu, Israel, Straight Smoke, Sharice Love? Maybe there'll be time for you to do your paper up here, Sharice. Lily Yah, Jeremiah Myers, Coke Giles. Wow, got everybody up all up in here. Smash the like button, y'all. Have you ever thought that, all right, I'm looking at our continent as being heaven because of the books provided to our ancestors and our people. I'm really looking at over here as being heaven. And it was invaded. I keep saying that because if heaven was anywhere else, wouldn't people want to go there in the droves? I mean, give me a yes or no. If heaven was somewhere else, wouldn't and there was an access point to it, wouldn't anybody that wants to live um in heaven go there? I would say so. I mean, I don't see people running in the droves and busting through trying to get in Europe over there where the Pope's at. And I don't see nobody running to try to get in Italy and all these other countries. I don't see him running in the droves, standing in long lines in any other country. I don't see nobody standing in long lines in China. Let's talk about the major places. I don't see people standing in like long lines at their borders. I don't see no other country. I don't see nobody in Spain standing in line running to try to get in for a better life. None of the European countries. And I mean, a better life to someone who's living in the third world country, I mean, a better life would be heaven to them, right? So I'm like, something's not right. Why? I mean, this world is so huge. This world, this planet is so huge. And why is everybody gathering at our gates to get in? I mean, like, why are people not gathering to get in other continents? This is the only place. Like, why are people not gathering in lines to get in Russia and Germany and Rome and France and Britain? Why? I mean, I don't hear on the news where people are waiting in line to get in any other country but this one. I mean, pardon me, I haven't watched the news in a bit, but I do get like the breaking news. Does anybody hear any stories or any news where people are lined up to saying they want to get in their country to have a better life and to take care of their families? Like, are people lining up to go to um Ireland, Britain, Dutch, all those other countries? Why not? And my thing is, we have a lot of people here. Now, if you're a lot of Europeans, okay, and people of Asian descent, and all these other races have all these great skills and talents. They they do. They can build, they can make things look beautiful. And I mean, they could put up hundreds of units for people to live in within months. So my thing is, I mean, if Ireland, I'm hearing, is a beautiful place, why wouldn't people from like the Irish, the Dutch, the French, the Germans, the Russians that are here, why wouldn't they use those building skills and construction skills and go in their own countries and build up places so they can go back home? I'm just asking. I'm like, why would why wouldn't I mean they have a country of origination? Why wouldn't they go back? I mean, they building the shit out of structures over here. How come they won't go in the countries where they live and build them and make it beautiful? Why come over here? Is there a reason why they need to come over here? I mean, if they have countries from origination, I just thought I just asked that question, like, why? And like, why? I mean, people come over here from even from Central and South America. They come over here to work nice construction jobs. How come they won't build big, beautiful things where they're at? Are their governments that bad towards them, to the point where they don't want to build their country of origination beautiful? And I mean, like, Africa is, from what I see, a shithole. Now, I did see Top Cats go in certain areas where they're fixed up, but that shit is like not that recent. They're starting to make it look a little bit like what's over here. I see stores and shit like that, but it's not all that. They're just starting. Now, I ask these questions. What if our ancestors, the Aboriginals, aka American Indians, like in year one, I guess that would be 2024 years ago. Okay. Because I don't know what year we were in. If you go back from 2024 all the way back to zero, meaning year one, there that was a reset of something. So I'm like, what if 2024 years ago, this was heaven, the place to come where this it's just complete paradise. And we see all these structures all over this North American mainland landmass. Beautiful structures that they can't even duplicate. They keep trying and trying, but every time these foreigners come over here and build houses, they look like boxes and squares. They do. It's like they cannot build the old structures that are just immaculate. And I look at the old structures here and I'm like, wow, we had tools. I mean, these structures are thousands of years old. And they were made out of brick. They weren't made out of we did a lot of wood, but all these real beautiful fine structures, they were made out of like stone. So I'm like, all right, we see these structures in the water, some of them. Now, I'm thinking, I'm asking myself, okay, what if you know, this was heaven where everybody wanted to get in and they just couldn't get in? And I asked Brother Sanchez this too. And it's been now, what if 2024 years ago, all those Indians, our ancestors, all of them, because there were thousands across this continent. If you're looking at the entire continent, North, Central, and South America, but let's just focus on the mainland. 2024 years ago, an invasion. Could it be, and this is just a question I'm asking y'all, because I'm researching, that all those Indians that they wanted to get out of here, I'm talking about thousands of them, where they said they're extinct and gone, could they have put them on a ship, on ships, on thousands of ships, right? And just dropped them off in Africa and left them there on a desolate land and just left them there just to get them out of here and put them away so far that they couldn't find their way back. And that was their grave punishment. Could that have happened? Do you think that they took us out in chains? A lot. I'm talking, they needed to get so many Indians up out of here so that they could take over this landmass in the manner in which they wanted to. And I'm talking 2024 years ago. And just put them in chains and take them over to the area known as Africa. Now, it wasn't called Africa then, but just over in that continent period, and just dropped them off and left them there. There's no structures there. Only thing there living wild is the damn animals. Do you think that could have happened? I do, T. Sharice. Let me give you my email. I'll put that in the link in a second. Do you think that they could have took all these Indians out of here, the ones that we don't hear about, like even the Yamasees, or all those Indians that was in South Carolina, all of them that was up here north, all the Indians that was south and north, other than the ones that they didn't, distinct ones that they didn't want to get rid of, like the Six Nations. Those stayed. The Five Nations first, and then it became six. And all now, there's no other Indians mentioned other than in the north here, other than the Six Nations, the Onondaga, the Ayaga, the Mohegan, you know, the Tuscarora. That's it, right? And then you got the South, which are the five civilized tribes. Okay, so now you got 6 and 5. That's 11 damn tribes that are like really popular. Now, there's some corny little ones that's recognized by the federal government, but I'm talking about the massive amount of tribes that was here on North American mainland. All those Indians just didn't freaking die. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here. You can't tell me that we just, as a people, we Aboriginals, okay, that look like us, came from out of 6 damn tribes. Hey, now, and when I say 6 tribes, I mean the Iroquois Confederacy, okay, and the Algonquins, of course, and then the ones in the South, the main 5 civilized tribes. No, that doesn't consist of all the main one, the ones that we came from. I'm wondering because I mean, like, we're operating in an empire. We're the gods over here, right? We're the gods. Could we have been invaded 2024 years ago and they got them up out of here and just dropped them over on that continent? I mean, it's like, I'm only saying that because I read their book, that Bible, their book. You know, I mean, that's like not like my only source, but I read that, then I compare it with what I've researched in history here, um, the historical societies in like the different states and historical societies in other countries. And I'm like, they give you a false place of where heaven's supposed to be. Okay. In their Bible, they try to put it like in the Garden of Eden over there in the middle of Israel and all that. But ain't nobody running over there to try to get in there and live a life. Ain't nobody running over there. So we know that can't be heaven because there's a lot of hell going on over there. So that cannot be the heaven and it can't be the Garden of Eden. It can't, because heaven's not, it's so powerful. That kind of stuff ain't gonna go down. So I'm like, and Brother Sanchez teaches us being inside this thing where we're stuck in this ball inside of a flat earth. Okay. And I get that. And I find his work to be so amazing. But I'm like, could they have? Now, I don't buy the story that all those thousands and thousands of Indians are extinct. I'm not buying that, because if that's the case, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be here. There's a number one bloodline that has been here prior to 2024 years ago. And I have strong, just based on what's going on this mainland, the hiding of a specific people's real identity, and the fact that other people that had babies with us became indigenous to this land, because there's no other race that could do it. So I'm like, I'm wondering, because like it was like no civilization over on the area where you call the continent Africa. Now we have Egypt. Yeah, we do have that. But people keep trying to put it here. And I'm I don't have enough information to believe that this is ancient Egypt. Now, are we a beautiful people like Egyptians? Yes. When we dress ourselves up and we fix our hair, I think that we as a people are just fucking gorgeous. Our men, when they throw on their attires like the headdresses, the Indian headdresses, and their bodies, they're so fine that they, even if they fat, they look sexy in their Indian attire because the skin is beautiful. And I cannot take away I could never take away the fact that our people are just so goddamn beautiful because we come in so many different shades of brown and copper and red. And we're so, I'm sorry, I'm being conceited about our people. I have to be. Our men are so fucking fine because they all look different, but you could tell that they're all brothers, sisters. Our women, us women, we're fucking gorgeous as fuck. When we fix ourselves up pretty and stuff, we just fine as fuck. And we always had style and charisma and just sexiness in us. And we were a sight to see. When people see us, they look at us different, not with disgust, but we look interesting to them. We just look like fucking beautiful creatures. And we do. And I believe in that all those tribes that they said are extinct. I'm wondering if something happened with these 6 nations and these 5 civilized tribes had something to do with the disappearing back in 2024 years ago, where they took us that were severely in power. Because in order to get in power, you have to take the power from somebody else because power is endless and it's infinite until you take it over. And I'm wondering if they said, we got to get them out of here. And there was a major where they took us in the thousands, millions, and just took us from here and just sat us over there and left us there. And we had no way back because we didn't know where the fuck we were. Dropped off a reading in their Bible in a strange land. A strange land. This land wouldn't be strange to us because we're the guys. This is where we're from. We know this soil infinitely. And we can attest for ancestors hundreds of years ago. And I'm just, something happened, y'all. Could this be the reversing? Like, did they take all those powerful, powerful Indians or Aboriginals, may I say, and put them over in that airy, strange land and left them there to fend for themselves and make it themselves? Because if you look over there in that continent, which is now called Africa, wasn't that before? if you look at all areas of it, they built with with bricks. Like they make cement. They make cement. And I'm looking, I'm thinking, okay, if these people that came and invaded took the most powerful people that were over here out of power and placed them in another area by force and ugliness and put them over there and left them there to fend for themselves. That don't mean we're African. It means just the most powerful people had to be taken out of here because we were just too powerful and put us over there, right? In all areas. And we just populated that area over there. Now, because if they're dropping us off over there, just leaving us there, right? And then you look at Martin Luther King, where the ones that are here, where's us, remnants, because we were hiding every fucking where on this invasion. And they're still telling us we're still left to fend for ourselves. Convert or die. What if that's the case? Because I mean, where else could they put us? They didn't put us in. They didn't put us in any other country. They didn't put us in Germany. They didn't put us in France. They didn't put us in none of the European countries. I'm just wondering what. That's just a thought in my head. What do y'all think? Could that be a possibility? Have you heard about the 9 sisters that been recently killed over in Africa? No, I would love for to hear about that. Um, I'm putting the link in the chat because I keep having this on my mind, and when I'm researching and reading stuff, because I'm like, there's something's wrong, y'all. There's Now they did the same thing to the Pequots. They wrote them out of history, but they didn't take them too far. They just put them in the island and squirted them out, and then I keep seeing, like, instead of them lying, they're telling a big fucking lie story that our people came from out of Africa, the Kunta Kinte story. I'm wondering if they took millions from here, millions of Indians from here that they never wanted to see again, if they put them over there on that continent. This is, I'm talking 2024 years ago. I'm not talking in no 16, 19. I'm talking about 2024 years ago. Because, you know, they, A1 and BAP and Chief was showing shit that we was doing over here thousands of years ago, which required, hey, Choctaw, Montana, which required a very intelligent people to be able to do. Because I'm like, this has got to be heaven, because nobody came here with tools. Everybody that came over here didn't come over here with no damn tools to make nothing. Everything that was here was already made. I'm talking about ladders and shit to get up way up on skyscrapers to build skyscraper buildings. Nobody came over here with tools because they was too poor and hungry and looking for a better life. They're not going to come to another, if they're leaving a horrible and communist country, they're not going to leave those countries with tools. You know, they need all these things to get up on these skyscrapers to build these high story buildings. Nobody didn't come over here with no damn tools. It's like all the tools that were made from the soil of this ground and objects, knives, everything was made over here. Now, we learned that this continent predates the UK. It does. It predates it. So I'm saying that now we know this continent predates the UK and all those European countries. And if that's the case, getting all and lying and saying that these Indians are extinct, yet we're still here. All the ones that they're saying that was extinct, they extinct them by taking them from here and putting them over in that area. Now they can walk down to Egypt and like they read in the Bible. And could they have when we took all the Indians that they wanted to extinct from this landmass, put them all over there, not just in one area, because North Africa wasn't even created. They just put them over on that continent. Right. And I'm talking thousands. And then they wiggled their asses. I'm talking 24 years ago. Just putting them over in that continent and leaving them there. And they wiggled their asses all around, went and built up Europe, went and built up Spain, went and built up all these other countries when the gods was taken from over here and just dropped off over there with nothing. They had to fend for themselves. The link is in the chat because I'm talking, this is 2024 years ago. Has anybody ever thought that? The hell with the story that Africans was brought over here. How about Indians was forcefully taken from here and just thrown on that continent? So that the Indians that wanted to be here, that were so powerful, could make life over here the way they want to. Because you got your northern Indians and you got your southern Indians. And in order to have power, you had to take power and remove power and extinct people by taking them off this landmass and putting them on another landmass where they couldn't get here. Is that possible? and they ended up in creating Europe and the UK, and we began doing business with them again. What do y'all think? We began doing business with them again because they built shit that they were accustomed to building over here. And don't you even bring your stinking butt up here, A1. Talking about, yeah, that was the Moors. I'm not having it. I got my gun. I got my little um bomb drops that I can make. I'm not playing with you. I'm not. I'm not playing with you. But I would like to dialogue about that. I do have slides that I want to get in, but I want to talk about that for right now. I've been thinking about it. And I need to write it out because it's just coming out of my head because it's what I think about. Is that possible? Anything's possible. If you want to take power on a land and there's thousands of Indians that are not cooperating with you and your thoughts and your ideas, what do you do when you want to run things the way you want to? You get rid of them and you ship them out with the help of other Indians, little by little, getting them out of here and just dumping them over on another content that they have no knowledge about. Of, I mean, they no knowledge about. Yet they look like us over there because I'm willing. I'm starting to think that, and they made their way to when you dumped them when they were dumped over there. These people emigrated from that area. Some of them went to Egypt. Some of them went to, different places in the Middle East. And we were always aware of their whereabouts because that's what powerful gods do. They know their every move. And then they made their way to establish Europe because they look so much like us. And then when you go to Egypt, a lot of them look like us too. So I'm wondering if this is something that could have happened 2024 years ago because we don't we don't they don't really speak about what happened prior to year 1. Everybody says Egypt is here, but is it really? Because these people made their way back here, is what I'm saying, and began. It's like they keep up something consistent, like Dutch people, Italian people, French people, people from Spain, people from Ireland, Germany, and Russia. One thing I noticed that they do is they name, and even England, they name wherever their territory is going to be, they name it a name that they lived in the country they came from. Something is it's is not right. When you hear in using their books and then reading history, when you hear about the Exodus, is that when they took all those thousands of tribes that they wanted to extinct from this continent and put them in a strange land where they would serve. And they was able to wiggle their way in different areas of other continents, like in Scotland, in Germany, in Rome, in Paris, everywhere. Because I'm just having reason to believe that civilization didn't take place in every area of a continent until certain people got there that knew how to build and make things the way we do here. There's something missing. And it's no one ever talks about or could really give a real story about over here prior to um 2,224 years ago. 2024 years ago. No one really gives a real story. There's hidden artifacts. It's like they hid things, like threw grass on top of objects, and you're not allowed to dig in it. There's something wrong, is what I'm saying. And I just think, what do you think about? I would like you to prove that, Choctaw. And what does Dane say about that? Does Dane believe that too? That would be interesting to know what is him and Tanisha's thoughts are about this being Egypt. Um, Peace. What do you think about the Adels Verein, or Society for the Protection of German Immigrants in Texas, 1842, and later became the Texas and German Immigration in light of today? I haven't given that any thought, Christopher. That sounds interesting. Very interesting. But I mean, I would really like to know, because I know one time Top Cats came on the panel because he was like really furious. And because this was like 3 or 4 years ago, and somebody was up on the panel teaching that we're in Egypt now, and he was like so against that. I mean, like he literally just like pretty much and flipped out and was like, "No, this ain't no Egypt." Because that's why I'm trying to ask if when we extinct all these powerful gods that was over here and just threw them over there, and they end up wiggling their way around even in Egypt, right? And then they wiggle their asses back this way. We let them back in. And they began creating where they were. Like if they wiggle their asses over and created Egypt and developed it, and then by the time they wiggle their asses back this way, so they somehow got back this way by way of the introduction of trade. And when they came here, they named specific things Egyptian names. That's why I'm trying to ask, because the Indians that they took out of here were skillful. We had structures, and these are the same Indians that built shit over here. And I'm not calling them no damn Moors. I'm I'm like, it's just it's so deep. We can't stick with Now we know that we are the aboriginals here, but we can't stick with everybody's story. We still got to research and think deeply. You know, I've never heard of Egypt being Virginia, Choctaw. So you're telling me something new, but you can hit the link and come up and talk about it. I'll put the link in the chat. Anybody that has any information that they could share, please hit the link. I'm going to pin it to the top this time. Because this kind of stuff is interesting. Oh, but the knowledge, Choctaw, yeah, type it in the chat. Come on the panel. I want a dialogue about this. Christopher, I mean, this is just like I'm losing sleep over this shit, man. I am. Because something's not right. I give y'all a minute to get y'all asses up here. We need to talk about this. Seriously. Get your butts up here. I'll give you a minute. I'm on a break because I've been talking now for a complete hour. I'll wait. This is interesting. I really, I need the right people here so we can put these pieces together because it's so mind-boggling why these pan boo-boos keep want to fight saying that they're from Africa when could they have been one of the extinct tribe that was taken from here and then thrown over there like their book says. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm gonna act. Here's why I have a hard time believing that this is Egypt. Is because when you look at all the when they have our genealogy, oh, y'all gotta hit the link. It's hard reading. When every time I look at one of the towns that y'all say that's Egypt, it it has a founding date. And I'm like, well, that can't be true because the names of the towns, like you're saying Tennessee, what did you say? Choctaw. You said the capital, Memphis. Egypt is here. Um, Egypt is Virginia. And then when you go to look for the founding, how, what proof do we have that it was Egypt prior to it being named Virginia? That's what's killing me. In like Memphis. Um, I'm trying to figure out if if these what okay, if you're saying this is Egypt, and I'm not fighting with you, I'm just digging for information. And these towns or these states, you I need to know, how do we determine a specific area that this is Egypt, just based on, like you said, Virginia. I'm like, what proof do we have that it was Egypt before it was Virginia? And then they take another thing they did was took the story out the Bible. This particular story, let me see if it's even up here, if I even still have it. They take this story out the Bible and say this is the Mississippi River, and that this was an exodus from from the eastern states to the uh, west in Oklahoma. That this was the Trail of Tears. There, it's like y'all got to do better with the proof. I mean, literally, they're saying that this was the Trail of Tears right here. This scene from the Ten Commandments. They're saying this was the Trail of Tears. I was reading a post where this young lady was talking about how a German guy had caught her and was asking her about buying land from her, and how she was the last of the two Pino Apache. He said he couldn't get in contact with her father and that the land was ear land. Makes you really wonder how they find it, all this info out, and some of our people don't know who they are. Yeah. Kataba Cam, you said because they have our genealogy. I'm confused. So y'all confusing me. If y'all not on the panel, I can't really understand the conversations that's going on. And I mean, I really need y'all to Choctaw. I really, really, let me see. I really, really want to hear this, because I don't. You never talk with this amongst Dane, and if you do, I never get to hear it. And I would really like to learn what your conclusions are, because this is very interesting to say that, because you're not the first person to say that Egypt is here. So many people are saying that. And I just want to know. So while y'all get enough you know what's to get up here, I'm going to go through the few slides that I have, since y'all won't come up. I'm going to go ahead on and get to the slides until y'all do. So let's start with this one. Let's do this. Understand what classify is. A lot of us don't know the definition. They just say the damn word. It is a word of action. It's a verb transitive. To make a class or classes. This is Noah Webster, 1828. To make a class or classes. To distribute into classes. To arrange in sets according to some common properties or characters. That's Noah Webster. Merriam-Webster says the meaning of reclassification is the act or process of classifying something again or anew. And then the Collins Dictionary says to classify something again into a different category or classification from its previous one. So, with all of those being very much the same meanings, very similar or some the same, if you're going to classify a people from what their previous classification was. Now, this is where I ask, you know, not a coincidence, and Shay shun this shit. And anybody, if they're classifying us, right, from what we previously what we were. We've been classified so many times. So let's go to the first thing. Now, we know a status, an actual factual status is Aboriginal. We know what Aboriginal means. And we know it's people that's from a specific soil. We have Aboriginals of every area where there's civilization. And Aboriginal, Indian, colored, Negro, Afro American, Black, and now African American, where none of us have a history of Africa. But all that reclassifying. So if we go back to Aboriginal, the very first, description of our status of being a people from a soil here. What were we previous to that? What were we? Or who were we? Who exactly were we? There was no such thing as African American. So if we're here already as a people and people come here, what or who were we? Who were we? Definitely were tribes that were extinct, but they can't be extinct because we're still here. We didn't come here. How could we come here when we were here before the people classifying us were here? Is what I'm asking. Extinct. We can't be extinct. I went through this whole thing yesterday about the Indians that remained. And that's in all these 50 states. There are Indians that remained and didn't go to Oklahoma. Who were we prior to being the Indians that remained? Can somebody answer that question? Who were we? If you're going to go around and say that we're Egyptians, I need a little bit more Choctaw. Who were we before we were called Aboriginals? What people were we? Because now we're called this when people get here. Oh, Aboriginals, they're from the soil. But who were we actually? You can't call us African Americans when you land here on Plymouth Rock. No such thing. We're here. So obviously you didn't bring us here on ships because you came here and we were here and you described us. I wish, oh, I wish I could come on and share my gratitude, but my background loud and oh, I don't mind about the background. Don't worry about it. I just want to hear uh with the originals. We are the Aboriginals. I got that. And I got the indigenous to North America. I got that part. But we had names. We existed. There was some extinction going on of actual existing tribes that we just don't hear about. You mean to tell me, all right, in South Carolina, you have the Yamasee. And nobody's what tribe is set up that's a Yamasee? They're not extinct. They can't be. It's just totally impossible. And then you have all these other names like Mi'kmaq and all up here in the north, all these different tribe names where they're supposed to be extinct, but that's not possible because there's people that are literally here. Everybody in the north is not a Pequot. Everybody in the north is not a Wampanoag. Everybody in the north is not a Narragansett. These are different kinds of Indians. Everybody in the north is not a Paugussa, and that's a huge group of people. Everybody in the north is not a Pequot. Everybody in the south is not a Cherokee. Everybody in the south is not a Chickasaw. Everybody in the south is not a Choctaw. Everybody in the south is not a Seminole. So these are the questions I have. So I mean, we got to make sense of this. Now, it's not hard to prove that. It's very simple to prove that we're definitely, you know, aboriginal to the landmass because you have no choice but to acknowledge that if these are the people that were here when you came here in specific areas of this continent. But the question is, why is it one specific group of people with so many damn racial classifications? That's the biggest red flag in history. I mean, a Dutch person is not going to come over here and say that they had 8 damn different racial classifications over in the Dutch area where they came from or here. Nobody can say that but us because we're the only people that it happened to. It didn't happen to people in South America. It didn't happen to people in Central America. It only happened to people here on the mainland. And the very last classification that they received was African American, which is fucking insane because these people didn't come from Africa. They were here when you got here. The arrogance, an arrogant mind who's a foreigner is going to just look at the skin. Oh, she's from out in Africa somewhere. That's the arrogance of a white boy. Facts. Because we could be arrogant and say the same thing. Oh, they're from England. They're white. And they could be from fucking Germany or Russia. So we can't be arrogant in that manner on them, and they can't be arrogant on that manner with us. And and I'm like, if you know Europe, we know Europeans came here. The biggest problem with that is them claiming to be the Indians to the Americas when they came here. How are you a German or somebody from Italy, and now you're an indigenous Indian to the Americas, uh, and you dance around and give ooh, 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 shouting and stuff, and you came from Germany. They didn't do that in Germany. And like a seventh generation grandmother is supposedly be an Indian. And you're jumping and woohooing around like you've been practicing that life your whole life. When at work, you're a German guy talking mainstream white society. That's horrifically confusing for me. So I question all of that. We have 778 people in this piece, y'all. Smash the like button. We at least got half of the likes. Hey, girly 72. I mean, girly, did you ever hit the link, sis? Did you ever think, what are your thoughts on that? Joe, I mean, this shit is mind boggling. It's hard for me to understand the Hebrew Israelites because they only have one source book, the Bible. I don't know. I'll let it I'll let it ride for now. So we got what reclassify is. Classify is. We got that. Oh, that's straight smoke. That you straight smoke. Uh-oh. Yep, that's them. All right. They probably gonna come and give me some good old info. I'm about to let y'all up right now. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to put this stupid thing back up. The I am. I know that's straight smoke. Oh, there's my girl. She coming up here. Let me put up the overlay because I know I am. I believe that's him, but I just want to be safe. I know that's girly, and I know that's keep I am. Keep the I am. We got straight smoke up here, right?
Yes, ma'am. How you doing, Sister Bethy?
Oh, good. We got you, girly.
Yeah, you got me. I'm trying to get my
All right.
headphones to work.
No, I can hear you real good.
Okay.
What about you? I am. Your mic is muted.
Peace, peace.
Okay, good. I could take this overlay down because I hate overlays. I like to see the people, at least their avatars. So what do y'all think? I've been losing so much sleep about this.
About what? I missed the question.
Well, I would okay, if we go back 2024 years, right?
Yeah.
There was civilization here prior to that. Somebody started the world all over again.
I've often wondered that because I mean if we're just looking at history, it just seems like um from what was, I don't know, what was told to us, and I guess we have to base that on what we see, that everything else was before we were the last, sort of like the last kids on the block. And so why was everything everywhere else so old and dilapidated, or it just seemed like it was sort of outdated, and everything here was modern and new, and then on top of that it just seemed like we were ahead of the game with everybody, with everything else, technology, I mean just everything. So I often wondered, if that civilization was as old as it is, how were we more advanced from the outside looking in?
Yeah.
And then I mean, and like you were saying, people were clamoring to get here. So I never understood that. I just always thought that maybe what we were told about where these places were, because I mean, it depends on how you look at the Bible, but if we're saying all these places were, these people were in these places, were these places necessarily in Africa, or were they here? Because it would stand to reason that wherever is the oldest is going to be the civilization that's the most put together. And as far as us having everything together, we have that. Everybody else, they seem to be in shambles, and they're all clamoring to get here to where it's together. They're coming to America because it's organized. However chaotic we feel like it is, they don't see it that way because they know true chaos. They know war and famine and all those things that we read about. They know it up close and personal. We don't. So there has to be some kind of semblance of order here that they see, and that's why they try to get here. And that can only come to me from a civilization that's older than we think.
I can't even touch that because it sounds like facts to me. It makes so much sense, girly.
Yeah, I'm like, why does it just seem like it's so, I don't know, like, and then, I mean, I'm always just shocked to, like, I hear like other people do research and like they're saying, oh, well, the structures here in our civilization here and just stuff that we take for granted is older than places we often just thought as ancient. Like you think about the pyramids in Egypt. I wouldn't have ever in my mind imagined that our mounds here in America are older than these pyramids, because they're revered to us as being ancient. And we're just like, no, civilization here is older.
Right.
So yeah, it makes me rethink it now. I didn't think about it back then because I just took it for facts. But you have to realize that somebody tampered with it. Somebody tampered with the history. So tamper with it. How, why, I don't know. But they did. They had to have.
If I could, girly girl, Sister Bethy.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I'm this is gonna sound really hard to hear, but I don't believe in none of it. I surely don't. I surely don't.
What?
Anything that comes along with anybody trying to say or depict or how anything came about. Some of these things are rewritten just to fit a narrative. From what I understand, it's a certain book that's been rewritten numerous of times to fit the whatever the goal was of the people that needed it. Because I just, while you were talking and everything, I've been doing a little digging, just going through a couple archive pages that I already have. And Africa wasn't the name Africa at the time.
Right.
It was not.
Right.
So for anybody to say they're from Africa is a bold-faced lie. And furthermore, there was a man that was Christianized in the 1700s. He was a pastor, and he was the actual first person to use African or Africa to the people in the congregation. So that was fixated by him being Christianized. It's true. Once you get baptized and all that, you change your name into a Christian name. Blase, blase, blase. Keep moving forward. But what I've come to realize is, like I said, the narrative always shifted to the person that needed the population to accept it. Just like you hear people saying, like, right now, oh man, we're living in this time out of this book. Well, wouldn't you say that during, I don't know, let's just throw a number out there, 1901, 1902. What do you think that was in that book at that time? Trust me, it was not the same. It was not the same. See, if you get different versions of the things that you're reading, that's why they keep having different versions to suit the narrative. There was no one ever can keep the same book. How many different books do you have of the same book? My grandmother had 7.
Of the same book. Yeah.
Of the same book.
7 Bibles?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Girly, it's true. They do got a bunch of different ones.
Yeah, they do. They do. Yeah.
It's even more than that today.
It's more than that today. because like I'm not gonna sit here and lie, of course, yeah, that's how I grew up. But once you become educated enough or de-educate yourself to understand that some of this stuff is just, far-fetched, seriously. And it was prevalent in my grandmother's household of the Old Testament. What no New
Mm.
Testament. It was the Old Testament. And she had 7 different Old Testament books. 7 of them. So I
Yeah, I
already
can get
know
it.
they can fabricate anything they want in writing, anything.
Oh, the I am laugh. I didn't even get to hear him. Maybe he just fell off for connection. I was really feeling what you said, both of y'all saying. And girl, you helped me with some thoughts too. You helped me with some thoughts because this is so troubling to me because it's a shame that we're up here in 2024 and when we go back to year 1, but
Well,
yet we're
Yeah.
finding they're finding archaeologists are supposedly finding these 30,000-year-old bones and pottery and all this other stuff. So I'm like, so how could if that's been 30,000 years ago, we're in 2024,
Mm-hmm.
and it's just not making sense to me, and nobody won't talk about it. They
one
started
thing
the
that
year
strikes
over.
me, Sister Bethy, I'm just gonna lay this out there like this. I know and believe in my heart we are from this soil. So if any of us have went across seas to any other places and stayed, why are those places still dilapidated? Look at all the stuff we built over here. So if some of us went over there, why are their structures looking like it does? Why do
Well,
these places right? Why do these places
well,
look
they
so
was
different?
sent when they were. I was thinking when that I was asking, like I was talking about earlier, how maybe those people got taken from here who were the tribes that were so horrible they wanted to get rid of, just dumped them over there. But they didn't give them
Correct.
no tools or nothing. They just left them out there because they felt that the ones that they got rid of act like animals. So they put them in the jungle because that continent is so populated with wild animals.
I can understand that.
So
But
they
at the
have
same
food, but
token,
I don't know. I'm still trying to piece it up straight and girly, and it's I lose a lot of sleep.
because where I'm starting at, I'm starting to really believe Canada is how it all trickled down over here. I'm really starting to piece that together.
We
Canada
spoke
is where
about
it
that.
all trickled down from.
Canada.
Yes, ma'am. Starting with the
Well,
Algonquian.
I just know that when I growing up that we always were told about, because I'm in Texas and right next door is Louisiana, and like they
Oh,
have the Cajuns, and so with Cajuns and Creoles there was always a difference, and we always knew Creoles to be people that were more like us. They were more melanated people, and Cajuns to be more like white people. And but they still spoke the broken. Both of them spoke the broken French, or
Correct.
the patois. And so
mm,
we were told that the French came from Canada. That's where they came.
Mhm.
That there was no because we were always thinking that they were the French from France, and that they were
right.
supposedly that it was the island of Martinique is where a lot of these people were brought from, which is where you got and the Portuguese, I guess. So it was a combination of people, but that the French language entered the state through the Canadians, and so that they
Okay.
speak French there too, and so it was the Acadians. So I mean, I can believe that. That I mean, if they made it all the way down here to the Gulf.
Well, you got to understand from this map that I acquired that the Algonquian territory was
Mm-hmm.
massive.
Yeah.
Was
Hmm.
massive. I
Yeah.
mean, literally massive.
Yeah.
It stretched all the way into the Midwest and some parts of the West Coast.
Yeah.
These people
Yeah.
was not playing, and I'm talking
Yeah.
about from Canada's side on down through.
Yeah.
So for them to do, see, this is where it all goes back to me with the same thing. Everybody wants to throw this word slavery up. These people were employed. These were
Mm,
employed people.
Yeah.
Now, did some people get special treatment? Of course. But this was all done through trade routes between two different sets of group of people. That's bottom line, basic what it is. Now, of course, they're going to travel all the way down to where you are in Texas. What do y'all have there as far as trade? Fresh fish. You see what I'm going? Crawfish,
Yeah.
all that good stuff.
Yeah, we have oil. We have all of that. Yeah.
Yeah. So you got to put everything into perspective.
They got a lot of oil in Texas, man.
Texas. Yeah. I mean, all of this. I guess this New
Everything
Mexico. I mean, Mexico. U.S. border is full of oil. California too. So Denver, all of that. They all have. I mean, it's massive amounts of oil. And they were talking about that on Hober's show about how that lithium vein that runs down the middle of the U.S. So we are full of minerals here and just a lot of wealth and things that you would associate with Africa. So going back to that point, a lot of the wealth from just the world is here. I'm not saying that Africa doesn't have its share of oil, because they do. Don't get it wrong. But a lot of the things that they've often told us come strictly from that place, that this is the source of that. We realize, I just realized this here recently. I was like, we have oil here in Texas. I don't know why I'm acting like, all of this wealth came from over there. People made big money on oil, Oklahoma, Texas, California, all those places. Yeah. Indians. We have the movies to prove it. So, a lot of what we've been taught about
Falcon Crest, all those old movies.
Yeah. We're thinking about what stuff that we've just been taught. A lot of it was here. I'm just being honest.
I believe it too, because isn't it at one point that we were using our oil? We never needed oil from the Middle East.
No, we didn't need it.
We still don't. Weren't we doing that? And then what is it? Who was it? Biden that started it up for us, depending on oil from the Middle East, when we have it here already.
But I think they made an agreement with those people.
About that, to be totally honest about what you just said right there, that man has put us at 1/4 of our strategic oil reserves. It's almost empty. He sold it to the Chinese for real. Yes, I'm dead serious. He has sold it to the Chinese in 2022. He has emptied out and cut off our supplies to feed everybody else. This is all record. This is on record, public record, for real. They shut off the Keystone pipeline for a reason.
Naturally produce oil.
Yes, and he held all the transactions to drill.
Yeah, they slow they call it and they tell them to slow the production of it. So they tell them just to hold back on producing as much of it, because they bring it from the Gulf of wherever they're going to bring it from, and they bring it to the refineries here and along the Gulf, and they just tell them to slow production of it. So a lot of times those tankers are sitting in the Gulf full of oil, waiting to come in to be made into whatever they're going to do with it. But they have them sitting out there because they're slowing production down.
Yep.
Why are they slowing the production down?
Because they don't.
This is the agenda.
Yes, it's like supply and demand. So they slow production down of it, and that drives the price down, or drives the price up. I don't know which one.
No, it drives the price up because it's supply and demand. So if you slow down the supply, the demand goes up. So by the demand goes up, you get inflation of your prices. That's why your gas went from $2-3 to $5, $6, $7, $8, $9.
Yeah, and it affects our economy here in these places, because a lot of these men work. They work for, my daddy worked for them for years. They work on these. They work for these chemical plants, and if they slow production of oil, it's going to slow the production of everything else that comes, all the byproducts, Tylenol, stuff like that. Stuff you even think you think in your mind, oh, well, that's not going to slow. Yes, it does. It slows the production of it, because they're going to slow down everything that they produce.
That's right. There's a byproduct from everything that we create. Like right now here in Kentucky, they done already shut down 2 coal plants.
Whoa.
I'm trying to tell you.
Damn, I didn't even know we were still using coal.
Yep, we're still using coal.
We're still using coal. Don't tell me that they loaded on the train like they did.
They do.
They do? Oh
Yes,
my
ma'am.
God. I thought they stopped doing that because
Yes,
I thought
you
everything
you'll
with
see out of
electric.
here, leaving here, you'll see about 32 cars. 32 cars packed with that black gold.
It's
That's
not.
what they call it
I mean,
here.
just like it,
Black
like
gold.
Oh.
wow.
Oh.
Straight up. This is bad. This is bad.
Yeah.
And I don't think people's are really understanding the magnitude of the strenuousness that we're about to go under. Literally, I mean, I'm looking at a lot of trends forecasters. They've been saying for the last 2 years, we've been in what do you call that? A depression, a minor
A
depression.
recession. Yeah. And Biden
Straight
is
up.
pushing these electric cars. Yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
This is by design.
Wow.
And so that's why they're trying to they're trying to find lithium here in this country. That's why they're pushing it. So if he's saying, well, hey, we're not going to have all these, what they call that, burning these fossil fuels, and he's talking about the environment, really that's because he has slowed down the production of oil, and he wants to feed this other industry. This other industry is this electric car business, and he needs to push for them to drill for lithium.
So to get this whole point out, who is the number one producer for anything dealing with an EV?
Is it China?
Y'all know? Huh?
Is it China?
Yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
Every part of an EV car. That's right.
Sheesh.
So all you're doing is emboldening your enemy. Make that make sense. And then you're trying to get oil from the Middle East, and they're charging you. We used to get it, and it's crap oil. I mean, it's really crap oil. It takes a lot for us to scrub their oil clean for us to use. Straight up.
It's different. It's different than our oil.
It's very different.
Mm-hmm.
These are the processes people don't look at.
Well,
Just like with our food and everything like that.
We didn't even have to use their oil when we got our own.
We have our own oil.
Remember when the prices went up, the gas was out.
He depleted our reserves. And it's at this point in my life. Now, my grandfather used to say this a lot. He was like, when you're younger, you're going to start out as a Democrat, but as you get older, you're going to become a Republican.
Mm-hmm.
He ain't lying.
He is not lying.
He is not lying.
But I didn't understand that when I was younger.
None of us did.
I surely
some
did.
of us still don't. Well, there are a lot
because you're not thinking about that long term, money. You're not thinking about that because now you're looking at the longevity of it. Because are you going to be getting up and be willing to just pop up and go to work for 12 hours or however long and come back home and be willing to do this all over again? You start thinking about stuff like that. Like, I'm ready to sit down. I'm not ready to, I'm looking towards retirement at this point. So,
man,
you know what I'm saying? It's you think differently. You're thinking about how is your dollar spent? How is your money spent? And when you 23, you don't care. I did not care 23 at all.
No one, none of us did.
You know what's so crazy right now? They are trying to raise the retirement age.
My sister said they did. She's 35. Lord Jesus. She told me the other day, she said they have raised the retirement age.
Yes.
And they told them that they are not going to have any money for them.
Or 63 or 67.
No, ma'am.
Right now it's 63.
72.
Oh, right now it's 63. 63.
They're trying to raise it to 72.
They're trying to be like China.
But I see now why these millennials and these other generations, I see why they have an issue with money, and they feel like, okay, well, I don't really care anything about it because they don't see the importance of it. Because think about it, somebody tell you you're gonna work on your job all these years and you're gonna have to wait till you 70, almost 80, dead and dying before you can retire.
Before you can retire. So you already know you done beat and bruised your body up so much in that time frame. What do you think you're gonna be doing at 70?
You're gonna enjoy yourself now.
You better enjoy your life right now.
That's what they're doing. A lot of them.
I've been telling my mom and my dad, don't wait. Don't wait. Just go have fun. Go have fun. Just go have fun.
Mm-hmm.
Because you ain't promised tomorrow. That's for sure.
That's for sure.
But this is
Derek said
bad,
that
and
United States
see. This
can't
is my
drill
field.
on land.
Yeah, we can drill on land.
He said we can't.
I know we can, and we've been doing it prior.
I know.
We've been doing it much more prior than to this numbnut got in here.
Yeah. And then what about um Rodney said a man made it where he could drive a car off water, and then he was killed in that supermarket killing in Buffalo.
Well, you
Yeah,
understand why?
yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, girly.
No. I was just thinking about. I mean, it was. I just found that out here recently that he was involved in that shooting, and it just. I mean, if that's not. I mean, you think about conspiracy. Yeah, I think it was a conspiracy to commit murder because they definitely targeted that man. There's nowhere in the world that they just. It was so random. Otherwise, he's the only one. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't
Well,
make
how
sense
did he get
otherwise.
involved in the shooting? Was somebody following him or
I
threatened
think
him
so.
or
I think so. Yeah, they were just
Sister
waiting for an
Bessie,
opportunity.
the man
that's
came up with a
crazy.
cold-blooded invention.
I
Cold-blooded. That way to
remember I
cut gas clean
remember
off.
I remember that. That was at the
You
same time that they was making the well, maybe they came after the electric car. Period. Point blank.
no, this was before the EV.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, this was before EV. That
Right.
man got them big wigs wanted him out the way. And you see, if you go look at the patent office, somebody had took his patent as well.
What?
Yep.
Oh my
Get
God.
out.
I can't make this stuff
Lord.
up. I'll put it to you like this. Do you remember the Malaysia flight 424 that crashed
Yeah.
a long time
Yeah, with
They
ago?
all the
never
Asian
found it.
people in the 60s, they found pieces in the water.
Oh Lord.
Guess who was on that flight?
Who?
The members and the owners of a patent for, that's right, supersonic missiles.
Whoa. You
Go
talking
look it
the
up.
one
This is
that
all
you
public
talking about
record.
the one that disappeared in without a trace.
Disappeared without a trace.
Yep. Oh my
Damn.
goodness.
You can't come up with these patents nowadays and think that you just gonna, you all
This is
good.
so crazy.
You can't
Wow.
even make nothing in this. You know what?
I'm serious. Look at the scale of what somebody, let's say you get influenced by another nation for your patent.
Sister Betty, you packing your bags. You were like, I gotta go.
Bro, I'm not going to. I'm just other countries
It's
do
crazy.
want to work with us individually, but soon as the United States find out, you disappear.
Yes,
Disappear.
without
I
a
mean,
trace.
other countries want to that other people from other countries that are here. When
Mm-hmm.
they see you make a great invention, they really want to invest in you.
No.
And the United States, it's something about us with the United States don't want us inventing nothing. That
Well, you
we
know who
know
that
that
is.
by our natural.
You know exactly who that is, because I do. DOD, Sister Bethy. DOD. Kid you not. This is my field of expertise. I've been doing this for a very long time. I got tabs on all of these people, especially in this arena.
This is insane.
I got called crazy a whole bunch of times too, until it came out.
No, I don't think you're crazy. I'm with you on the Canada thing because I spoke deeply about the whole Canada thing. Remember?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I do.
Something is not right, and I just feel like I don't know. I just feel like when this whole thing went down, the sea thing and the lockdown of the whole damn country,
Right.
Mm-hmm.
there seems to have been a huge ass trade that took place.
Mm.
Or a huge takeover because all right, here in my state, I don't know how it affected your states, but we had to rush to the school and get our kids and shit.
What, really?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I just
We had to
remember
rush
they
to the schools and get our kids and and uh, uh didn't we they called us to bring our children and we had to stand in line to get their laptops or whatever so that they could do school from home. And
Yep.
it was like very scary. And then next thing you know, they put all these damn footprints all over the damn place. It was like we was going into some kind of communist thing.
You got your first taste of
yeah.
communism.
Mm-hmm.
Because at the same time, what everybody else didn't notice, well, what was going on during that hokey poke, turn yourself around, was the acquisitions and mergers that took place. They counted every dollar state by state. They knew what everybody was making, what every company was making. That's why acquisitions and mergers went up 325% in 1
So
year.
what was the whole purpose of making everybody wear a damn mask? It was like
Because you had
it's
to
like
be literally, and I hate to say this, girly girl, you know what I'm about to say about having a mask over your face.
What about it?
You know that you are breathing in your own CO2.
Yeah, you were. I
yes.
mean, I did. I was. I have a whole different take on it. I just was. No, no, no. I'm not saying that I was for us wearing it because I wasn't, but I don't know. I guess because I was inundated with it more because I was. Oh God. I mean, I was every single place I ever had to go, including when it was like I was in it almost 24 hours. And nobody could ever tell me why we were really wearing it.
Yeah.
Could you imagine somebody telling you to put 3, 4, 5, and 6 masks on your face though? Isn't that
Yeah.
suffocation?
And then but we wear them in the OR. If my patient gets a C-section, I have a mask on. But and
That's
she's
different.
the only person that doesn't have one in the OR, but the rest of us do. So for me, it was like, okay, I see because you're telling me why I'm wearing it in here. But
Right.
everywhere else, nobody could explain it to me.
Right.
So it did a head job on me with that mask. I'm not gonna lie to you. So, I was extremely defiant with it. I was almost like them people that you saw on television that was foaming at the mouth saying, they was gonna die if they had to wear that mask. I was almost to that level
Yeah.
because you
You're
couldn't
talking to
explain to
one
me
of them.
why I was wearing it.
You're talking to
Yes.
one of them. I'm
And
gonna
I
tell
just
you
didn't
flat out.
because I was like, okay, I want to be able to keep my job. So let me just not go off
People
on these
still
people.
wear that damn mask right now
People
today.
still have it on.
See people
I be
walking
seeing
down the
people at the
street by
grocery
themselves with
store.
it on their face
I seen this dude jogging with a mask
with a
on.
mask on.
Because it's not preventing you from getting anything. That's the thing.
It's already been proven about what those 3M masks do. That's what they
As hot
recommended.
as it
3M.
was out there, this man had a
Mm-mm.
mask on and he was jogging down the street in shorts and sneakers and he had a mask
Did you see the fool swimming in one?
on.
What?
Straight up. Did you see the
Shut
fool
up. Shut up.
swimming in one?
Too stupid. It's crazy.
People
I'm
was putting
serious.
them
I can't
damn
make this
things
up.
on their. They was putting the damn thing on their dogs. I'm like, this don't make no sense. Walking down the street, I said,
Hold on.
it just overtook me to see this guy walking around in the grocery store with his dog, and the damn dog got a mask on
Mask
too.
on.
Only thing I could think of was that movie Mask with Jim Carrey.
Oh my God.
And the mask. I just said this is just overkill. The damn dog.
But
And the
it's
damn
called shock and awe. They shocked the people with something they didn't know about, which they already previously knew about because it was already discovered in 2008 in Chapel Hill, Chapel Hill. What is that, North Carolina? They've been doing this and they had to pass it off because Congress wouldn't allow them to do that on the mainland of the United States. So six people got arrested trying to flee in Florida with vials on them. 3 actually got away prior to that. So it was a total of 9 people. 2 people went to one place that we're at war with. One person went to the place where the so-called breakout happened. I mean, it's all public record. It's all public record.
It's crazy.
I can prove it.
That's crazy.
I can prove
Insane.
it.
I just can't get over the elderly people wearing the mask now. I mean, not even elderly, young people are still wearing the mask
So
on their
you want to
face.
know that the actual intent, though, for real, the actual intent was to reduce the elderly population. Why would you put somebody sickly in a nursing home? Why would you do that? Knowing that these people have pre-existing conditions, why would you do that? Something that'd be truly detrimental to them. Why would you do that?
Oh,
I'm gonna be
That's to
honest
get
with you.
rid.
I don't think they really knew. I don't
Oh,
think
they knew.
I don't think they really knew.
Do you
I
want me to
don't.
play dude? Do you want me to play dude telling you? You want me to
I'm
play
t-
dude telling you that,
I'm
oh,
telling you
we're going to have
honestly,
a surprise.
Smoke. I'm just
You're
telling
going
you.
to
I
have a
don't think.
surprise.
I'm not saying that it was like there's some humanitarian thing. I just don't think they knew or cared. I'm
They
gonna say that.
knew. They didn't care. They
Okay.
knew.
They knew what we were. They knew how. I mean, they knew in what manner it was gonna affect us, like with the blood clots, and I mean
Yep.
because you know what I'm saying.
Yep. Didn't you see the TV ads? They was telling you in the door. They were telling you this in the door. That's why everything didn't have no paperwork behind it in the very interim of anything.
I mean,
Nothing.
they were coming around asking us about that freaking vaccine. It was crazy. And they're just looking at us
Easy.
googly eyed. And I'm just like, have you taken it? Because I don't trust this. I mean, and we're all looking at things, and it doesn't matter what color we are. We all have the same look on our face. Like, you do realize that in 4 years, I could have an arm growing out of my forehead. I'm not getting this. I'm not taking this.
and
So
Exactly.
they forced us.
I can't begin to tell you how many nurses and doctors was coming on YouTube and losing their jobs just
Yeah.
to
Left
save
and
people,
right.
to tell them don't. And it was like they didn't care. And
Mm-mm.
and nurses, these nurses was losing their jobs for telling the truth. And this one lady, oh my God, it was so scary. It was so scary.
I had a chance to interview the maker of the actual patent for the MNRA. And I asked him one question. After you seen that what you created and how it was used, did you have any backdoor methods to say that it could not be used that way? He said, no, I didn't care. I had got my idea out there. And he already knew what it was capable of doing.
Yes, nuts.
His name
God,
is Dr. Robert Malone.
let's go somewhere else.
All right.
I want y'all to rock with me with this because I find this to be interesting. Wait, let me take this down. Fair use. What? Oh, we already talked about that. What if 2024? What if 2024 years ago, all the Indian tribes that you do not hear about were taken in chains from America and dropped off in an area known as Africa to live among the animals? So we took care of that, I believe, right? Did anybody want to say anything else to that? Rodney, I want to show that so bad, but I can't show videos. They'll automatically strike me.
Yeah.
So all right, so let's go to this one.
Okay.
Are Indians illegally taxed?
Yes.
By all means.
Okay, wait a minute. Let's go. Y'all too funny. Y'all are mad.
Hey, I'm not gonna sugarcoat. I'm not gonna lie.
Y'all gave no explanations. But anyway, let's start right here. Okay. Come on, I'm not gonna be able to stop laughing, y'all. So as far as our federal tax dollars, right? The federal government awards it's an award hundreds of billions of dollars in grants to state and local governments each year. These grants help finance a broad range of services, including healthcare, education, social services, infrastructure, and public safety.
Mm.
Did y'all know that?
No.
Oh yeah. Oh
That's
yeah.
where our federal dollars go to all the
I
states
mean, some of it, yeah.
and local governments, to each
Okay.
state and local governments each year.
Okay. Yeah, I did know this. Okay. State and
There
local. All right.
should be a subsection to that. It should be
Mhm.
definitely a subsection to that.
And yeah, and they finance all these services right here.
Mhm.
That's where our tax dollars are going. But it just gets interesting to me. The percentage of state government funding comes from the federal government. What percentage? Federal dollars remain the second largest source of states' revenue in fiscal 2021, accounting for about 988 billion, or roughly 36.7% of the 2.7 trillion that state governments collected.
Mhm. I think you were making that point like a couple of days ago about them when they changed our race identity.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about. Okay.
Yep, that's why I'm reading this.
Mhm. Okay.
Okay, so now we get to the sources of revenue for state governments. Now, these are the individual states' governments' revenue. It comes from income, sales, and other taxes, charges, and fees, and transfers from the federal government. Now, if you look at an individual state income, all right, in each state there's thousands of companies from any kind of company
Mhm.
that's incorporated in the state. You got you got cars sales, you got taxi drivers, you got all kinds of jobs. You got restaurants, you got insurance companies, you have every type of business you could think of in each state, right?
Mhm.
Now the income comes from the employee's paycheck because you got a state tax and a federal tax that you pay out of your paycheck.
We don't pay state taxes here in Texas.
In some states you don't.
Oh, yeah.
In Connecticut, we have state tax.
Okay.
Sales, like, oh, y'all don't pay taxes on sales, like,
No, we have sales taxes, but I know that some people pay like a state tax, like at income tax time. We don't pay that.
no, I mean the money that comes out your paycheck.
Oh
You
yeah,
don't
we
have,
pay. No, we don't pay that. No, we don't have a state tax attached to our payroll. The only thing we pay is sales tax. We pay,
oh wow.
like, and our taxes on our what is it? Our homeowner taxes. Our what is it? They tax for our utilities, but they don't. But there's no tax, no actual like tax on our paycheck. No, I know in other states they have it because when I worked in California, I had to pay it. But yeah, in Texas we don't have it.
So your sales tax would be like if you go to the store
It's
and
8.25.
yeah, we pay that 8.2, but it's different in different counties. In some
God
counties
damn,
it's a little bit higher.
right.
You
Yeah,
got 8.2?
8.25%. Mm-hmm.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I know in other places it's more expensive. Yeah,
Oh,
I
it's
feel it
more
when
expensive in other places.
when I travel,
Um,
I and work somewhere else. I feel it because it's cheaper to live here.
Man, my tax here ain't nothing but 3.2.
Oh, that's nice. Because in California, I think it's 11%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
let me just
Damn.
by state.
Ooh,
Wait a minute, I had this up earlier. Here it is. NPR usually gives a great breakdown. Yeah, here we go. Let me share this. This is I was looking at this and I thought it was so interesting because I'm there's a reason why I'm showing all this, y'all. New York has the highest tax burdens, 12.47%. Hawaii, then Maine, then Vermont, Connecticut, New Jersey, Maryland, then Minnesota, Illinois, Iowa, and then the lowest, Alaska, is only at 5%. Delaware, New Hampshire, Tennessee,
don't even have
Florida,
Kentucky.
Wyoming, South Dakota, Montana, Missouri, and Oklahoma.
I
I
wonder why
thought that was
Kentucky ain't
interesting.
on there.
I don't know.
Yeah, that stood out to me real fast.
Maybe if I go list of taxes by state.
I don't think Tennessee is at 6.22. Because once a month they give a tax relief to everybody.
Oh, wait a minute.
In
I'm
Something
sorry.
like that. Yes.
Wow.
Yes. They don't have to pay taxes for like one day or something like that. Something like that.
We have that like 1 weekend, or maybe it's for the month of August when the parents are doing the school shopping for the children. They get a tax relief on the weekends. So like Saturday and
Something
Sunday,
like that.
yeah, they can go shopping and then don't pay. I think, but it's a list of things that you can buy.
Oh no, here from what I understand, it's just period, you know.
Period. Yeah, that's nice.
Period.
There we go. Alabama. Oh, they only have 4%.
Right.
State tax is 4%, and their average local tax rate 5.23%. Combined rate is 9.237. Maximum local tax rate is 7.50, so they don't go over that.
Those are for people that stay in the big
Alaska
cities.
0, and then the average local 1.8. Wow.
Yeah. It's serious.
Oh, that's Ali Bamu. That's you, right, Ali Bamu? That's you, right? Oh yeah, you can turn it off. And then you got Arizona. Geez, California 7.25. That's their state tax. Colorado 2.90. Damn, they don't pay shit for taxes in Colorado.
But it's a beast to live there, though. I think it's expensive, though.
Delaware 0, all the way across. Connecticut 6.35%. What is this? Average 1.6. Where I am. I don't know why I can never remember this. Delaware 0'd out. Florida 6.0. Oh, it's going by ranking. Georgia. They don't pay shit for taxes in Georgia. Hawaii 4%. Idaho 6%. Illinois 6. Indiana 7. Iowa 6. Kansas. They go your Kentucky 6%. Is that a hamper on y'all?
No, that ain't right. Guarantee you that ain't right.
That's what is Kentucky's?
Kentucky is at, like I said, it's at 3.5%. That's what I pay every single time.
It's lower.
Yes, dramatically
State and
lower.
local sales tax rates as of July 1st, 2023.
Yeah,
You
that's
mean to
wrong.
tell me this is wrong?
Yeah,
How is
especially
it
for
wrong?
Kentucky, because we updated ours December. What was it, Michelle? December 30th. That's when they put out that new listing. That was December 30th, 2023 for the fiscal year
Why do
20.
they got this wrong?
I don't know.
Louisiana, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Mississippi. Damn, why is Mississippi so high?
Pay for where you live.
Missouri, Montana, 0. They don't pay taxes at all.
That's Montana.
Damn. How do they get revenue?
Because of what their resources are.
Nebraska, New Hampshire don't pay shit.
They gotta have something.
No, this ain't right. This got to be wrong. Ain't no way in the world New York's tax rate is 4%.
Ain't no way. No way.
This can't be right.
No. That's what I'm saying.
No,
Where is this coming from? This can't be right. Where is this coming from? Tax Foundation.
Yeah, they sleeping.
Something ain't right. Something's not right about that.
Now, if I understood from that headline, it says state and local sales tax, not income tax, correct?
Right.
Yeah.
It's a state and local sale tax rate.
So in the case of Delaware, we must, specific to that, understand that it houses literally every registered corporation in the world. Now, as far as Montana is concerned, what's the population of the state? If I'm not mistaken, Montana and Wyoming are like the least populated. Wyoming only has one member of Congress. That was Liz Cheney. I don't know if Montana may have two. But what is the population? Yeah, well, no, what I'm saying is that they had one person representing the entire state of Wyoming. Right. So what's the population of Montana? And then what are the resources, as Straight Smoke said, slate, coal, minerals that are used like the rare earth minerals, for example.
Farming going on too. Plenty farming. Got a lot of cattle up there, a lot of bison up there. It's a lot. It's a lot. They hold an annual horse thing up there all the time. I got a guy here that he gets paid like $50,000 just to bring his trailers and the horses he have to come up there for 3 days. For real.
And don't forget how people were being paid for the Keystone Pipeline. I don't know that it's been disrupted or not, but that's going through Montana and the Dakotas, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to find the federal. All right. Tax rate here.
Yeah, Copper Originals timber. Plenty of timber out that way too. Plenty of timber. A lot of hay. A lot of hay. Them animals got to eat. But yeah, this is for real. This is for real. I'm glad you brought this up today, Sister Bethy. Because earlier I was listening to you and I was kind of like, wow, I really don't want to say that, but I don't subscribe to a lot of things, just because of what I told you about what my grandmother had as far as one book, period.
Oh, yeah.
Gotta be honest, though.
All right. So let's go here, y'all.
Okay.
All right, we did with this one.
Yeah.
We did this one.
Yes.
We did that one. All right. Now, the question is the federal/state government responsible for fraud?
Yes.
Is it at a state level, or do you think it's like some other group that's got?
Well, I would. Well, as far as as it pertains to Indians not taxed. Okay.
Yeah.
And that was what my question was going to be. What type of
Man,
fraud and the level of fraud that you're, because it could be simple to say yes, but what are you saying is the identified fraud?
I can start from the
Well,
bottom and work my way up this list.
all right. Go ahead. I'm gonna go get me some water real quick. Damn, I don't want to miss what you're gonna say. Can I get my
Property
water
tax.
before you say something?
I'm gonna start with taxes. Like I said, I'm gonna start from the bottom and work
Okay.
my way up. Taxes.
Okay.
Property tax. How do you buy a property and you still got to pay tax for it? How? If you own it, a lot of people don't understand the language that they're using. And Alibama, I know that you understand when I'm saying this. Because when you go get a driver's license, you're getting an operator's license. Am I correct?
That would be under the context of commercial as opposed to traveling. But when we're talking, you're putting out a specific tax, property tax. Who's the owner of the land? Anyone? Any party?
Oh, we know who the owner of the land is. I'm just saying.
So
If you go and
let's
purchase,
be accurate here. The property is the structure. The land is not being taxed. See, this is the trichognonology shit that they can use
I
when they do
understand where you're
language.
going with this,
But
sir. I really,
go ahead, cook on it. Cook on it, bro.
I really do. Like I was saying, because first and foremost, like here, we'll buy the property first and erect our structure on it. But you still have to pay land tax or property tax. I would just call it land tax. You're going to have to pay a tax on that land. But if you bought the land, how are you still paying tax on it?
We could go further then. How did you purchase it and from what party that could sell it to you? You know what the great law of peace says. No land it can be bought or purchased, and certainly not by foreign aliens.
Correct. I'm neither
So
foreign.
is the whole concept of contractual commercial operations fraudulent
Yes.
is where we're headed eventually. But go ahead, Brother Cook.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. By all means. Yes, it is. Because like I said, there's no way I can go buy and purchase land for real. I got land that's out here that's going for $3,000. I'm on trying to get another portion of land right now. Now I have to pay consistently taxes on this land every year. But I
So
purchased
are we volunteering or being coerced to participate in a commercial fraudulent enterprise?
no, it's neither one. You're being extorted.
That's another layer of criminality on top of the initial
That's
fraud.
extortion.
I thought we were trying to break down what was fraudulent, but go ahead.
Yeah, but we can call what I'm saying fraud. I'm covering all bases on it. All bases on it. That is extortion. So that's like you buy a car, right? You buy a car. This car is yours. Yours. You bought and paid for it. Why do you
But
have to go
now
to the
you're
state?
paying a loan, though. What is the loan?
No, we're gonna bypass. I don't do nothing with no credit. I do all cash. I'm straight cash. I don't do no credit cards, none of that. I'm straight cash.
But I mean, I guess what I'm asking, maybe I'm using the wrong choice words. None of these, we're not supposed to, as Indians, be enumerated.
Correct.
Now you're
And
starting from the top. So the
well,
census
oh,
is question, right? I know I'm just trying to follow both of you. So if you're starting from the enumeration, that's the initial fraud.
mm-hmm.
Correct.
Yes. Yes, Bamo.
So then everything else is the fruit from the poisonous tree.
Correct.
Yep.
Because all of these are entities showing you that you have to register with them to say that who you are. You're still being enumerated.
Exactly. I mean, like, I'm saying, okay, who's to blame for being black on the census sheet, black on birth certificates, colored on the marriage, death certificate, social security, driver's license, and taxes, period. I mean, are maybe I should ask you this, Alibama. Is the state in trouble for receiving money for a people that they reclassified
Yep.
in order to get? What do you think?
Well, then the issue is he used the word extortion, which is it's not far from, again, coercion is a category, right? Extortion would be a kind of coercion. Would you agree?
Yeah.
Well, hold on. Hold on. Let's not mince this. Let's not mince it down like that. To be totally honest with you, if you didn't have no choice, that's
That's
extortion.
coercion, though. That
That
okay?
is
All
not
right.
coercion.
Hold on, hold on. See, I want to
Okay.
stay again. Not that we're meant, playing semantical games. I'm saying
Correct.
the act of coercion is an umbrella. There are different tools that fall under that activity. Some of it could be like extortion,
Mm-hmm.
kidnapping,
Mm-hmm.
you know,
You're right.
putting forced medication. Those are different types of coercive acts. You see what I'm saying?
I
Simone?
do now. I do now.
So I'm not disagreeing with you that we are being extorted. We are being medically analyzed. Tuskegee is the most infamous example. It's not the only. The entire gynecological industry was off of the coercion of the Aboriginal woman's womb. And we know the HeLa cells of Henrietta Lacks, which is not even her name, has
Nope.
built the entire pharmaceutical industry worldwide. Was she not coerced to give up her genetic material? Some might
Well,
argue that she voluntarily went under medical examination, you see. But do you give up rights to your bodily fluids and literal genetic material of you that they then deceive you and utilize without your knowledge? And in
do
her
you
case,
want
she
me to
was
give you a prime
dying of a
example?
cancerous condition. Go ahead. Bro.
I can give you a prime example. 23andMe. 23andMe. What did you think that they did with your swab of your genetic material? Oh, you
But their
thought they were just
argument is
telling
always
you where you come
voluntary.
from, huh?
Their argument still is that it's voluntary on your part, though, right?
But hey, you going into the hospital because of whatever, that's voluntary on your part as well, isn't it?
So then whatever genetic materials they extract from you, because I don't think that you're voluntarily giving up blood when a needle penetrates your body. I don't
Did you
think that
sign that
you're
paper?
voluntarily giving up your genetic material, even though you open your mouth and let them put a swab in it. Do you understand what I'm saying? And
I
the releasing of that genetic material unique to you is the same as stealing from the planet itself. Are we not autochthonous of the soil of this land?
I'm not saying we're not. What I'm
Yeah,
saying is
but
if you go ahead, Sister Bethany.
no. Go ahead, baby. Go ahead.
What I'm saying, either way you want to slice the cake, however you want to slice it up, the moment that you accept these services that you see,
You
you have been
volunteered into the
you
contract.
volunteered. That was your quiet acquiescence. Period. What they
But
do with
but
it
now
after
when
that
you are
is
educated and
unclear.
deceived into doing something, which gets back to from childhood, K through 12, when
Deceived?
you are led to believe, educated, indoctrinated, and coerced, because I would argue that is also a coercion. Okay.
Now they just ask them for it up front. So there isn't any coercion. They'll just ask you for it. They'll just say,
That's it.
hey, if can we use it? And then, you don't have any jurisdiction over it once it's been donated. So, and you can't get it back. So that's kind of what the agreement is. They'll tell you up front now. In Henrietta's case, like you said, that's not her, that wasn't her name, but it was, I think it was even more nefarious because they took it and they did so much with it, and it was life-saving. It was things that they discovered about her cells that could have gone on to save women
But
that
they
look
didn't
like
save
her.
her life, though.
Well, no, I think it,
She was
but
she. That's what you call what is the term I'm thinking of?
well, they discovered
Uh,
it. They discovered her. I think part of what the problem was with Henrietta is the problem that's a lot of us is that we are misdiagnosed or underdiagnosed. So it's just not a it's not a big deal basically. And I think that was what was going on with her. And I don't think the technology was advanced enough for her at that time. But her cells have gone on to create medicines that have cured other people, and I think that could have cured more people that look like us, and I think that's where the true crime is. I think that
oh,
is
I
that,
got it.
you
And
know what
it
I'm
has
saying? It
been
was a yeah.
commercialized and not given back to her descendants.
Right, it hasn't. Yeah, they made money on
Because
it,
of
but
what?
and I
They
Because
mean,
of
they
but
what?
well didn't they deem them incompetent?
No, she was worth more dead than alive. They needed every ounce of what she had. She was worth more dead than alive. They knew what they found when they seen her, when they put that under a microscope and was like, oh my God, is everybody seeing this? Does everybody
but
see this?
I think that I think that's the true crime is that because it has led to bioengineering and essentially creating
Mm-hmm.
medications that are geared for you instead of, and I don't know if I was explaining to somebody that like when they make medicines for, I mean when they do when they give any kind of regimen of care for women, we're not just smaller men. We're not just smaller versions of men. We're actually a totally different creature. And
Mm.
once they started to treat our illnesses in that way, we became healthier as a group. And so the same thing with, I feel like women, melanated women, they, Indian women, our bodies and genetics are geared for one thing, and I mean are geared one way, and it just because you have somebody who has the same physical makeup as us, genetically she's different, and you have to
Yep.
treat her differently than you do us. And I think that was the biggest crime with Henrietta Lacks, is that she could have her cells and her gift to us essentially could have gone on to save women that look like her, because if you bioengineered that medication based upon her genetic makeup, it could have saved a bunch of us. And I think that was the true crime, and they kept that. They kept it
But
from us.
didn't they take that similar argument for the Tuskegee experiment? And that went on for 4 decades. But the issue with her particularly, and she was after Tuskegee, by the way,
Mm-hmm.
but the particular issue with her is the issue of property. Isn't that what she turned into?
Well,
Because you're a
yeah,
nurse,
she
Her
right?
cells
You're
did.
from
right,
the healthcare industry, right?
Her
right.
cells did.
So then
Her
once she was
cells, yeah,
determined property, like under Dum Diversus, Doctrine of Discovery, property has no rights in and of
right,
itself, right?
right.
But
So
it's one
then
thing,
how do they proceed then?
because
Well,
somebody took her genetic code and patented it.
right.
Bottom line.
But that was the ethical part of it. That was a part of it that was unethical.
Exactly.
That's it, because that's the issue. That's, do you then take someone's um biogenetic property, that's my own personal property, and then you make a profit from it. But remember, consent was given essentially by her donating it. She gave her consent, and then they're saying, well, how much do we owe to the family? But then they're saying it's also an ethical issue, because then you're trying to make a profit from what she donated, her genetic material donated, and I guess in contrast to what it was donated for in the first place, or what the medicine was used for.
Do you
It's
see
kind of
not only for her specifically in cancer
mhm.
treatment and the pharmaceutical world in general, what fetal tissue has become for cosmetology?
Correct.
well, well, yeah.
That's a
I mean,
continuation of it, right? So
yeah,
you've
Well, not
made
only
the
that,
Aboriginal, I would argue, the only legitimate life other than the planet itself that we sprung from,
hmm
they have made property. You follow me?
right.
She
because you
did
are
get
property.
she did get compensated. They settled
To her
Henrietta.
family,
It says Henrietta Lacks finally won a major settlement with a biotechnology company that profited billions from Lacks ever producing cells. I congratulate them.
But how many? But not that we should know what the amount is, but it should be ongoing, should it not? Since her cells are perpetual.
They still using her stuff to this day.
Yeah.
Not only her, it was a little Caucasian boy that they used as well. But this was
Yeah, it's
overseas. But I'm serious. I do know exactly what I'm
Now,
talking about.
I wasn't trying to head towards a rabbit hole. I'm just saying, are we still dealing with the what are we describing the parameters of the fraud, according to the question that Sister Bessie is proposing?
Is the federal and state government responsible for fraud via
Yes.
census sheets, birth certificates, marriage certificates, death certificates, social security cards, driver's license, and taxes? Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
I have to say, what say you, Alibama? I'll wait and answer last.
Well, the simple answer to the question is yes, but now we're talking about the magnitude of fraud and who are the victims and how long of the fraud, because as I've said to you before, people don't understand the uniqueness of fraud as a crime. Until the fraud is declared, it is ongoing, it is nefarious, persistent. And when it is actually claimed, it reverts the time clock back to what would you consider the first incident of fraud?
I'd have to say, prior to
Doctrine of discovery.
if you want to go back
Bottom
that far
line.
too,
I'm not even playing with this.
It has to go because
Has to.
they came up with the creation of this damn Indian once won a damn quadroon, octoroons. The normal Indian was not European looking, and these are the ones they made the Indians. Or
Actually, that's the evidence of it. We've discussed this in different ways. We talk about what's predictive programming. Now, the definition of American, which we should have embedded on our hearts and in just within our entire consciousness. In the definition, they said the European would steal the identity of the American. Why are we even arguing that?
Facts. We're not arguing that.
No, so what I'm saying is that's the evidence of fraud, identity theft, in the definition of who is the only American.
Okay, that's correct. But these are the people that's showing you through via their services of how they are consistently still enumerating people for no reason. From what I'm seeing on what she's showing on this overlay right here, all of this stuff doesn't make a difference, bit of difference. This makes you a Class A citizen. Isn't that the word for it, Alibama? Class A citizen?
Well,
we're no, we're not a Class A, because if you're dealing with the specific law, hold on, just hear me out just for a second. Because under the law, there's only two categories of citizens: the quote unquote free white person and those deemed to be of African descent. Now, in the 60s, who was claimed to be second class citizens during the civil rights movement?
Oh, you niggas.
Where was the evidence that we're of African descent?
I had went through that a little bit earlier before you jumped on.
I don't think there was any evidence, because it wasn't even talked about from what I hear. Y'all weren't talking about it.
So my understanding for citizenship, there is only one status. You're either a citizen or you're not.
You're not, right.
So how is there such a thing as second class citizen?
Because of two reasons alone: convert or die. That's it. Either you're with them or against them. So if you become a second class citizen when you do not go along with their program, can they come and kill you? Yeah, they can. Maybe they just won't. But you're now a second class citizen. I mean, it's clear cut to me. That's just how I view it. I'm straight to everybody like to say chew off the meat and spit out the bone. I'm boiling that bone and making bone broth.
What's shocking to me? Hi, Donald. How can we help you, dear? Donald Light, your mic is muted. Oh man, we got some idiot.
What?
The people that take their time out to attach themselves to the Aboriginal are parasites.
They
And as I had to
stupid.
tell someone who's slow and mentally challenged earlier, the truth is only here with us. And everyone from the world over, God would argue, possibly from the entire universe, because they're claiming they're coming from the dark side of the moon or the center of the Milky Way galaxy. Why are they on our doorstep, Sister Beth?
That's what I want to know. Okay. Girly, did you want to say something before I answer this?
No, but I was thinking that, like you said, it's 2 degrees of where the fraud is. I don't think that it was. I think to say that it was some overarching, theme to fraud us, I think it's giving them too much credit because I don't think they're that bright. But definitely there is some fraud involved in this, and it's to defraud us specifically.
Okay,
But each
so
step of the way, you're being enumerated. You're being told that through census, through birth certificates, through marriage, through death, through social security card, you're being enumerated to say, and you're going to just quietly go along with this. They
That's
don't
why I
know
said
who
it was
you are.
partial fraud, because I think that they have to keep up with the foreigner, but
Ooh,
enumerating
okay.
us is where the fraud comes
But
in.
but let's be clear now. As far as and I always bow to Sister Bethy for legal expertise. Fraud does not matter whether it's voluntary, involuntary, coerced, or submission. The fraud in and of itself is a crime.
Right.
Yep.
Now, the predicament is those committing the fraud will never admit to it. And those who are victimized by the fraud, until they declare it, the fraud is ongoing. Now, the question again still remains, what would the victim of fraud agree to be the first incident of fraud where you rewind the clock?
Birth certificates and census.
correct.
Yep.
Because that's the actual very first time that they actually classified us themselves. They
Yep.
went around in our neighborhoods. First of all, we don't even know what the original records say because remember, they were burned up.
Mm-hmm.
These records that we're dealing with when it comes to the census sheet are supposedly reconstructed. It says that these are the reconstruction records. Okay. So my question is, you put B when you reconstructed all the records. Now, mind you, there was nobody but white people and black people here. Okay, I'm using modern terminology words. But here they're saying all the Indians that remain in the East would become citizens of their home state. First of all, you made the Indian Territory a state. Then you came your ass around with a
But
form from
hold on with that right there. That statement you just made, is that coercion, Sister Bethy? Because where are these states and these boundary lines drawn without the cooperation and consent of the American?
correct.
That's not coercion.
Well,
Either you will or you won't. One way or another, guess what's going to happen? The Indian Removal Act. And
right.
Alibama, me
Well,
and you been through
now
this.
you're talking about
Oh, real quick.
intimidations and
Hold on.
threats, man.
Hold on, hear me out. Because me and you went over this on the Land Act thing in 1776. Me and you then dissected this in a whole different realm. We seen the overlay for the underplay way before this 1830 Act came into play. Am I correct?
Yeah. Did you get that, Sister Bethy, about the bounty lands, the so-called public domain?
No.
Well,
I
go
will
ahead, Smoke.
email that to you, Sister Bethy. You need to see that.
Okay, but I'm just trying to stick to this.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, there's Indian that remained. The old Mongolian looking people was not in these damn inner cities or these 50 states. Okay. You go around and you put B on the census sheets. Some Negroes, some colored. What proof do they have that we came from Africa?
Not none.
Well, that's what I was asking earlier, because remember, that didn't come into existence till 1870 during Reconstruction. So who the free white persons considered citizens during that 1790 to 1870 time period?
Right.
You want to know the nationalities that were?
Well, this alleged free white person was the only population other than, what did the document state? In 1787, Indians not taxed is the only identified ethnic group or population. Do you understand what I'm saying? This is what my argument is, Sister Beth.
All right.
There are
No,
no
I
mentions of
understand.
any other people. And even those references in there about whole free persons, those bound to terms of service, and 3/5 all other persons, I'm arguing those are all references to Indian populations. But y'all chop it up.
And that's what it has to be. Because I'm like, you put the Indians as bees on the damn census sheets.
Correct.
And now you're getting money in your state for Indians from the federal government. But you're not the federal government doesn't have them document as being Indians. They have them document as being blacks. And where is their proof that we came from Africa?
They can't provide no proof of that. It's impossible.
Correct.
And like I said earlier, Sister Bethy, anybody saying that they're from Africa, they're lying, because Africa wasn't named Africa. So you're still lying to yourself. Thank you, DJ ZP.
But remember, they're claiming this. Well,
There
okay,
you go.
they're
Somebody
claiming
know it.
this, and they're putting these designations into the Naturalization Act, not into law. Where, other than the Black Codes, Sister Beth, again, I always bow to you. Under the Negro Act, the Black Codes, where was there anything in law specific to Africans? In colonial or evolving law on statehoods? Where is there African references legally?
None.
So then the Naturalization Act of 1870, who are these Africans? That's 250 years after 1620. Do you get what I'm asking, Smoke? From 1620 to 1870 is 250 years. Who were the people they interact with? Clearly stated in the Constitution. Not just they should not be taxed, they should be
Indians.
unmolested. So where did these Africans come from?
That's what I've been trying to get these fools to understand. Africans not written in the Constitution. It's crazy.
Now, the argument they try to use, Sister Bethy, is the abolition of the transatlantic slave trade in 1808. It does not say African trade. So, who are the slaves referenced, transported transatlantic, Stray Smoke, that was to be outlawed in 1808? You know, people don't, I guess, bother to read the documents. They like to wave around and claim that they operate under for all this commercial enterprises. You think you should read the ultimate first contract, Straight Smoke? I'm just asking. I mean, you know, inquiring minds want to know. I'm just asking.
I don't know, but my whole point here, Bamu, is if you have agents going around enumerating people and marking them as black on the census sheet, then you submit that to the federal government. The federal government now issues the state grants and everything in the name of the people in a particular state. Right. So is the government frauding itself? I mean, aren't these enumerators
well, in a sense, they're defrauding two groups of people. So, okay, let's just say logically for a second, removing the racist attitude of the labeling of white and black. Don't you differentiate a black individual to not be considered a white individual? That means they don't have citizenship status, don't they? From 1790 to 1870, who's the only citizen? Free white person. Though that's not in the Constitution. Okay. So who are the free persons that should have been counted, while the Indians should not be taxed, and also, I would argue, in general, should not be enumerated? The Indians choosing to be enumerated would be the whole number of free persons. You see what I'm getting at, Queen Mother?
Right.
Then who are those persons that are bound to terms of service, who then create a free white person citizenship status under the Naturalization Act? You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So if they were bound to terms of service under an Indian authored, created, designed, governing body, which is what the Constitution in the congressional record said was based on the Iroquois Confederacy in 1988, right? They acknowledged that in the historic record of the Congress. So it sounds to me that it would have to be Indians that were dictating the governance and the operation under this contract we call the Constitution, right? And we already know those persons bound to terms of service were primarily Slavs, and early on, 1618 or thereabout, about 300,000 of them were Irish, orphan urchins.
But I'm still trying to figure out how come the Indians are not taxed.
Which ones are not taxed?
Well, they don't list them on the census sheet, so they could be taxed. Can't be taxed. That's the problem.
And certainly if they designate them black, they're not a free person that is a citizen, right? That's what we're presuming. That's what we continue to presume, right?
Well, no,
like we like to presume that three-fifths compromise.
Well, they did say that the Indians remaining would become citizens of the state, but
the colonies that are now being called states.
Well, in 1830, they were by then states. They were states by then, by 1830. That's why they wanted to send them to Oklahoma. But there were no Indians listed to be non-taxed, is what I'm saying. Because so they named
you
them,
were always talking about interpreters.
They classified them as black because all you have is white people and melanated people within the confines of these 50 states. And the Indians that did not want to go to Oklahoma is the same person that they enumerated on the damn censuses.
But how could they do that if they fell out of their jurisdiction and out of their purview? In addition,
They
remember, because
couldn't
this
because
is kind of go back and forth.
they automatically told them that if you didn't go, you was going to be a citizen.
Mm-hmm.
That's a fact. They told
But
the
we
Indians if
still
they
have
didn't.
people that operated in their own space outside the boundaries, the jurisdiction, or the supposed counties of these states that were barely formed, right? Remember that letter from the Moravians to George Washington? He repeatedly referred to the Aborigines in their extremities, right? The extremities meaning outside the boundaries of their settlements. I prefer to give the example like you did. It couldn't be more than 10 square miles, like the District of Columbia, for example. So you have
Yeah.
13 colonies in a settlement barely of 10 miles. And who's surrounding them, as George Washington states? But the Aboriginal in the extremities. Now, when they were going to recruit, and that was the point that Smoke was bringing up about how they recruited the Continental Army, because the federal government didn't have armies and they could not confiscate the militias of those colonies. They recruited Continental soldiers by putting out bounty lands between 320 and 640 acre tracts in 1775 and 1776. How could they be putting this land up seeded by colonies that were barely 10 miles? You know what I mean? So they were confiscating land they did not have authority to, in opposition to their Indian, if you want to use the title, overlords. Because again, remember, they were still an incipient group of people trying to fight off supposedly King George and the world's greatest army and naval power at that time. How did they do that without the American assisting them?
Okay. I'm going to share this. Let me take this down. Because that was done in 1830.
You're
When
talking
they
about the
said
Indian
that,
Removal Act.
when they told them that the Indians that remain would become citizens of their home state. So when you look at this,
Now, remember at the same time that Supreme Court ruling against Cherokee Nation v. State of Georgia. So at that same time, the
that
Cherokee Nation.
that was made. Hang on. This decision was made in 1830 that all the Indians that remained would become citizens of their home state. So wherever you was living at, if that becomes a state, you're going to be a citizen. So that was done in 1830. So you got
How many
Delaware,
states were there?
Pennsylvania. I'm telling you right now, Delaware, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Georgia, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Maryland, South Carolina, New Hampshire, Virginia, New York, North Carolina, Rhode Island, Vermont, Kentucky, Tennessee, Ohio, Louisiana, Indiana, Mississippi, Illinois, Alabama, Maine, Missouri, Arkansas, Michigan, Florida, Texas.
Hold on, you've gone past 1830 with a couple of those states.
Well, yeah, I did because it was made in 1830 before, so they can't apply it to a state.
But
Are you saying?
Arkansas, yeah, they weren't a state. Yeah. So
Okay.
stop it. So only 24 states with Missouri.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I guess we can do that because now when they admitted themselves, that law applied to them, even when they admitted themselves. You see there? I mean, yes, the law was made in 1836. These people had to have a constitution, um, um, three branches of government, and their local militia in order to admit Arkansas. So when they admitted themselves into the Union laws applied to them, even though they admitted themselves after the removal, because that was a written law. So if you remained in Arkansas and didn't go to Oklahoma, you became a citizen of that home state. So all these damn states that admitted themselves into the Union, that law applied to. And I believe, mm, now, Mr. What are your thoughts? I mean, they literally admitted themselves. But,
We're
but
presuming that all of our
right,
ancestors
right, right.
voluntarily committed to
Correct.
them, and I doubt that. Even if we
Oh
said
yeah,
half of them, okay,
yeah,
that means half maintained their existence outside the jurisdiction, a la in 1832, Cherokee Nation sued the state of Georgia, went all the way to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court said their sovereign status had to be respected. Now, the Indian killer, Andrew Jackson, said, I'd love to see you come down off that bench and enforce the law because we're dealing with outlaws and criminals.
yep. You're right. But yeah, you're right. This is why I said, I mean, even though they imposed that law on these states, okay, um, even though they imposed this law on these states, our ancestors, began getting probably these tax bills and shit, and the southern states was like, no, this is bullshit. We're ceding away from you. We're going to do our own shit. And that's when the Civil War came in 1861. 1861. That's what brought on the Civil War, just by them doing this shit. Because they began imposing taxes on the Indians. And who are in these Confederate states? Our ancestors, Indians. They're not, no, you're not, I'm not paying this shit. You're not doing this to me. And then that's how they got our lands. Oh, what happened to Straight Smoke? He just dropped off.
I get what you're working towards, but in the case of the fraud, it's like we're talking two different parties here again. It's almost like with the categories of white and black being designated as a citizen. The black designation makes you not a citizen, according to the Naturalization Act, if only free white persons. You feel me? So it doesn't matter whether you were free or, quote unquote, a slave. You're not white. You follow what I'm saying?
Right, we're not, but we're not black either. They reclassified us so that they could tax us.
Absolutely. So then the second layer to the fraud is because, again, remember, the white citizens are being defrauded, but in a different fashion. They're being defrauded in thinking they're white, but they're getting privilege. You follow me? They're being bribed, let's say, with what would be beneficial to be a free white person. And remember, again, that did not include white women or their children. They were the property of the white male head of household. and only the free white male that owned land could vote. You see what I'm saying?
Right. And the black people couldn't, aka the Indian, not until what 18 way later.
Now the question becomes: if
The
we were
Indian couldn't
convinced that we
vote. See,
right.
they made them black so that they could be taxed, right? But then they couldn't vote because they were Indians, because they're not supposed to be in the
under the
United States
jurisdiction
under the jurisdiction. You see
of a
this shit,
foreign
y'all?
entity. And now you're going into the layers of the complexity of the fraud. Because again, remember, the basis of fraud is deluding a person, deceiving a person, defrauding a person into believing something that does not exist.
Right.
Then you're penalized for voluntarily participating in your own demise.
Kind of like, wait, we made you black so we could enumerate you, but shit, you can't vote because then they gonna know you can't vote because you're an Indian. You can't. You can't vote because you're not in our jurisdiction.
And we're also still not dealing with the tribal nations that existed side by side.
Right.
So by definition, they could not be counted or nor acknowledged by the same criminal enterprise. That is the state entities as well as the federal entity that was fledgling. Remember, in 1820, it's not even 30 years old.
Right.
And we have been governing ourselves and in our cultural existence for hundreds, if not thousands of years. Are we to just dismiss it? I'm not, no, you're not. We're talking about it. I'm saying the manner in which this story is told is the total ignoring of the existence of those people. You feel me?
Yes.
Sister Bethany.
Hey.
Can you answer this question for me? Do you think that it was disrespectful?
Your browser, brother. You're causing an echo.
Oh, you got to cut.
Close my browser.
You got to cut off. You got to cut YouTube.
I got to cut off YouTube.
Yeah, hit the X on YouTube. Hit the X. His thing was loud. You gotta close YouTube and only be in StreamYard.
Yeah, Jeremiah, that's just cause of feedback for the delay. You're listening to us through YouTube. You just need to talk to us through StreamYard. But do you get what I'm saying, Sister Beth?
Yes.
So there's two layers to the fraud. There is the belief of the people who lived sovereign and independent of themselves that they could live in harmony with these people who are outright outlaws. Then there are the few, whoever they were, deluded and deceived to come a part of their jurisdiction that they then put in a category status of diminishment, whether it was black, colored, Negro, whatever. You're not a free white person. You see what I mean?
Yep.
And then they stole the land from both parties. the ones that existed on their own, out of the jurisdiction, and the ones that they roped into their jurisdiction, whether they became collaborators, spies, co-conspirators, useful idiots, as some of these pan-boo-boos are today. They used them for encroachment and extension of the land grabs, right? Because again, remember, those 13 colonies were barely 10 square miles for their settlements. So all the stuff that got drawn on a piece of paper called a map through surveying, that's theft, right?
Yep. Yes.
That then compounds the fraud. In the term land settlement, especially in the case of Andrew Jackson, the Indian killer, that was his nickname, by the way. The phrase land speculator was a crime by definition. You need to close that YouTube, bro. Just be on StreamYard with us, Jeremiah. Do you see what I'm
I'm trying
saying,
to
Queen Mother?
understand what y'all actually mean by that. What do you mean by doing this?
Okay, now it's not echoing, so you must. Oh, it is echoing. It means that. Are you using your cell phone?
Yes.
Okay. You still have your YouTube open.
On your computer or laptop.
I don't got a computer or laptop. That's what I'm trying to understand.
You gotta look through your phone and close YouTube because you was watching us on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you gotta close. So
Okay, let me see it.
scroll your screen across and look for YouTube. You know how
Yeah,
you
because
have a
that's a
lot of
delay, brother.
Do you think because I was on Cut Podcast that I should just try to reset everything?
I think you should close out YouTube.
Trying to figure out what you talking about.
All right, I'm gonna do it. What's your email?
It's Jeremiah 1987 at gmail.com.
Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can find you. Oh. Jer. All right.
But when you were watching us on YouTube, Jeremiah, you clicked on the StreamYard link from YouTube. You still need to close the YouTube you were watching because now you're in StreamYard. That's what's causing the echo, bro.
Okay. This is what I'm going to do. Okay. Now, what you got to do is when you get off of here, Jeremiah, close everything. Don't open nothing. Close YouTube. You know how you close everything that's open in your cell phone?
Yes.
Close everything. Right?
Okay.
Now, after you do that, check your email. And click that link. Do not go to YouTube.
So do you think I should just reset my whole phone?
No. Just close all the windows that's open in your phone.
Yeah, because I don't have no windows that's open in my phone. I'm watching. I'm on it. I'm looking at the top of the screen. I don't have no windows open. That's what I'm trying to understand right now.
All right. Do you got your TV on or are you watching YouTube?
No, I'm actually in the bathroom. I got everything shut down. I don't got no tablets. I don't got nothing on right now.
Okay, restart your phone. And then go to your email. And then go to your email and click the link. Don't go to YouTube.
Okay.
All right. Bye-bye. You got to leave here, though. You got to hit leave studio. Okay.
So I wasn't trying to go.
Son, you can click the link. It's at the top.
Yeah, because I wasn't trying to go down a rabbit hole, Queen Mother. I'm just saying.
Why is he in the bathroom?
Leave,
you know what
son.
Moses go.
TMI.
Stop
it. TMI. But the thing about what I was saying is that, you could go far in layers when we're discussing the fraud. But essentially, the fraud was when we invited the snake in. You know that poem about the snake and the winter and all that good stuff. We invited people into our hospitality. We took them at their word. Our ancestors told us the pale skin speak with forked tongue. The only animal that has one is the snake, right? Then once we were led to believe that we were like-minded people of the same moral character. Remember what I asked you about the alien process for citizenship? that I still have yet to see where any alien has proved themselves not to be the enemy of the only American, and where they have proven to have good moral character. That is what's stated in the Naturalization Act, right?
Yes.
So all the deceptions they have done are evidence of their failure of having moral character, one, and essentially is evidence of proof that they are operating as an alien enemy. Because they will always be aliens. You see what I'm saying? Then they created the Naturalization Act to extend only to themselves a status referred to as free white person. And then they summarily took that opportunity to then mistreat, steal, lie, and cheat on their hosts. And I mean that in more than one way. Hosts on our land and hosts to a parasite. You see what I'm saying?
I do. But okay, no, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was just trying to stay with the answering your question about the obvious answer is yes. The federal government, the state government, they are all committing fraud. The question is, how are they committing fraud? Who are the victims of the fraud? And how far back does the fraud go when those victims come out from under their spell and their delusion of believing that they are a perpetual slave and the only authentic inheritors of this land? And until you do that, until you declare that, until you claim that, the fraud is ongoing.
Correct. So, uh, the best way to stop the fraud, I mean, my thing is they never ever once proved that we came from Africa. They just like literally put us as citizens, marked us as black. Now they're getting the funds from the government because we were the majority of the people in the 50 states. Now, not to mention, not to mention that they didn't let these same people that they put as noted as black on census sheets and Negroed and colored on all other certified documents. They didn't let these same people, they let them be citizens. They made them become citizens, rather, even if they whether they wanted to be or not. These same people, they didn't let them vote until 1965, all the way
Okay,
from
that
1830.
well, there's two things. In 1866, the so-called Aboriginal male, which is why we had the Reconstruction governance that got shut down after 12 years. So the male Aboriginal, told that he's Negro, colored, and black, did vote for a tiny sliver of time during Reconstruction. And then, don't forget, in 1898 in Wilmington, North Carolina, the actual white domestic terrorism that killed the elected officials, along with some of their Republican cohorts from the North. Remember? That's
Yeah.
going into the 20th century. So then by 1900, what little voting we had and what participation we had in governance was shut down. And then you have the rise of white supremacy and the Red Summer of 1919 and the destroying of our communities, most personified by Tulsa in 1921 during the Roaring 20s, until the Civil Rights Movement and the Civil Rights and the Voting Rights Act of 64 and 65. So their real power has only been from 1900 to 1965. Barely a half century.
Okay, so tell me, why did our people, what made them think that they were slaves in the manner of roots?
You remember how you like to give the example about wages, employees, and a contract, right?
Yes, I
So
know.
whether you are paid or not, you're a different category of slave, right? So the issue is whether you're compensated, right? So if you're on your own land and you let somebody use a term called sharecropping, who the hell are you sharing your crops with?
They're shared it with supposedly the owner of the land.
But wouldn't that be you and your family of laborers? Like Chief Holiday says, you know, the Latin word
Yes,
family
the
means
family,
house
yes.
of servants, right?
Well,
So
they're trying to
you, your
say,
wife, or your spouse, and your children are the house of servants to your homestead, which is your farm or your mill, because you know we had timber, right? We had fisheries, right? So all of those industries and businesses and enterprises were attached to different house of servants that we call families
yep,
that multitude and magnify into tribes, right? That we would call communities and nations.
yes.
And we were sharing our crop with who again? And then they create a thing they call credit. Is that where
Correct.
the system of credit came about? And
Yes.
they would run up debt for you coming to get supplies from them on a credit system that was also bartering the portions of crops that you would bring in off your own land. And they would deceive and defraud you into believing they had authority over it. Is that how it worked?
That is how it works, sir.
And then when you didn't pay off the credit, which turned into a debt, they confiscated your land. A la
Correct.
in 2024, was that what they call property taxes?
Yes.
I'm not saying that's how it worked, my sister. I'm a confused Negro, like possibly you and many others in this community, because we're trying to reverse engineer something in the past and we weren't there. But does that sound suspiciously like how a deceiver, a liar, and a cheat would convince
Operates,
you
yes.
to? And if you're a person, a man or a woman of your word, good moral character, would you believe another person would be deceiving you in that fashion? And ooh,
Yes,
we haven't forgotten the paperwork part, have we?
correct.
How
But
does the paperwork work?
did we fill out the paperwork? No.
Well, X marks the spot.
And is that even legal? Is that even constitutional?
we, we're going to get into
Is
the issue of
that
literacy.
even constitutional? Come and say hi to me, Lieberson. X. No one's challenged if an X is constitutional.
And how do you differentiate one X from another X?
Exactly.
And
See,
any of these
they'll throw
treaties,
that
we
shit
haven't
under
gone
the
into the
10th
treaties
Amendment.
too. Hmm. What did you say?
Um,
We didn't get into whether there are treaties or whether there are deeds or whether there are mortgages. All of the paperwork is evidence of the fraud. I don't know why people have a hard time understanding that. You know, the document doesn't prove they own anything. The document proves who the parties stealing and who was stolen from. That's what the documents prove. They don't prove, because the first basis of the argument they make in all these treaties and including the Constitution is the Great Law of Peace. And inside the Great Law of Peace, it states very clearly this land, Turtle Island, North America, whichever you want to call it, cannot be sold to foreigners.
It can't.
Cannot be bought and purchased.
All right, Jeremy, let us hear it. See if you did it right.
Can you hear me?
Yes. There's no echoing.
Surprisingly.
I'm gonna fix
Now
your
you
volume.
can. Yeah, I was just gonna say that. Took the words out of my mouth because
I'm
he's
just gonna
he's on a
fix your mic.
foghorn.
Yes. I'm gonna fix your mic setting. Wow, it's not allowing me to do his mic. Unmute your mic for a minute, Jeremy. All right, let me fix it. Edit mic settings. Now say something, Jeremy.
You're
Say it again.
you're
Okay, I guess that'll be all right. Now, what did you want to say?
I just had to ask you a question. Did you watch the show Unscrambled Minds when I actually was talking to Judge Joe Brown?
I didn't really watch it. I watched a little bit of it because I had Judge Joe Brown on my channel.
I know. And see, that's why I wanted your opinion, because it was a couple people saying that I was being disrespectful to him as an elder, and then it was people that were saying like I was saying the right thing, because when I went off at him, I actually went off at him on the same note, the way he approached Dane Calloway, and I explained to him about how he was actually coming off at his approach when it comes down to us being Aboriginal American Indian to this land.
And what did he say? Let you, Lieberson, you okay?
Yes, yes.
Oh, good, okay. Go ahead, honey.
Sister
What did he
Becky, I
say?
swear to God, you gotta watch this. You
I
gotta
did
watch
watch
it.
some of it. Did he call you names like he did Dane?
He disrespected his own ancestors. He said he don't care about what his grandmother think. He said he don't care about what our grandmother think. He's he and you know he did the comparisons when he said, "Oh, y'all talk about aliens and everything and outer space type stuff." He did the same exact thing, and I was trying to break it down to people on the podcast. He doing the same exact tactics, and then he tried to attach the African towards us through the DNA. He tried to attach the black towards us when it comes down to different type of topics. But
Yeah,
I
on the same
explained to
show.
him,
He's
yeah,
just doing his role. Yeah, he's had on Indian attire when he was on the panel.
yeah,
He had
but
on an Indian
Bat
jacket.
did
He had on his
Bat did
Indian clothes.
I seen him. I seen him the next day when at
No,
the
on the
game
panel.
talk to him.
If you go,
Peace.
hey, if you go back and watch your own video with Judge Joe Brown, look at what he's wearing. He's wearing his Indian clothes.
Are you talking about that denim vest, Queen Mother?
It wasn't denim. It was black, and that was an Indian outfit. He wears his Indian stuff just like the next day from when he was on Our Live. He had his whole Indian Pocahontas like outfit with the little tassels on the arms.
So are you saying he's purposely trolling, or what do you think his
Yes,
agenda
trolling,
is?
purposely trolling. Come on, he's a Mason. He can't say what he's supposed
More
to.
like
But
Hey,
gatekeeping.
leave it.
Sister Happy,
Hold up,
since I'm
y'all.
from Baltimore, since I'm from
Hold up,
Baltimore, sister.
Jeremy. Hold up, honey. Lieberson's trying to say something. Hey, Lieberson.
Hey, Betsy, how y'all doing?
Good. How you been?
What's going on? Good, good, good. Just chilling.
Wow, it's good to hear from you. You sound good. How you
Yeah,
feeling?
thank you. I'm feeling all right.
That's good. What's good?
Nothing much. Just checking y'all out, Just wanted to add a couple of little things to the puzzle. But as far as Judge Joe Brown, um, he's a gatekeeper. So, he got that gatekeeping mentality. So that's what he pushed.
Facts.
Yeah, but I know
What
that
I was trying
already.
to
But
say.
Yeah, and hey,
hey,
how's it
Sister
going to the
Becky.
panel? Hey, you wanna you gonna oh I just wanted to say how you doing, Sister Bethy? It's been a while. How you doing?
Hey, moving silence. I'm good.
Yeah, man. It's like I can't between you. It's like everybody got a lot of good content, and it's so hard to keep up with everybody because everybody got like 4 minutes, 4 hours, some 13 hours. It's like, man, I was saying Dane just came out with something yesterday, was pretty good, and things of that stature, So it was all good. It's so hard to keep up with it, and one thing is for certain. I mean, he's one of many gatekeepers. He's just one. There's tons of them. Shoot, he might be some in our families we don't even know. So we gotta sometimes be careful because, like I said, they try to get their little piece of the pie by trying to send people off. So, but as we continue on, we just got to continue doing what we do. And
That's
uh,
right.
But
and
I
it's
have
like I'm not even finished, Jeremiah. And also, for Jeremiah's point, I don't think no one's disagree with you. We're just saying the way you came out was just a little bit disingenuous, just a little bit. But you did an all right job. It's just you have to write down your answers so you could have like a maybe an intelligent like type of talk to him, ask questions and just wait for him to say something and then he answers and you just keep talking to him. That was mainly it. I don't think no one disagreed with you on what you said
Right.
because if you because we already know who he is. He ain't about he old he don't care. At the end of the day, he does not care what anybody says about him or whatever. You sellouts are
yeah,
going to continue to
yeah,
be sellouts, and coons are going to
yeah,
continue to be coons to get that money. That's just the way it is.
yeah. And
You're
see,
not going
he
you're
was
not going
trying
to
to.
tell you can't tell a person who's going to make $1 million you this and that, and they going to be like, who's this dude? And they just going to keep moving on. That's just how
And
people are.
and
Go ahead.
Yeah,
also and
yeah.
also
But see,
Jeremy, wait, but Jeremy also, hun, you, I know that he said some upsetting things, and I do, and our people that are boomers, they're gonna go out in the manner in which they have been. They're set in their ways. That's something we have to keep in consideration. Now, I'm not saying Judge Joe Brown was right, but he is an elder, and it doesn't look good when we disrespect our elders. We have to exercise our cultural I want to say our cultural mannerism. And no matter what, we always been a people where we respect our elders. Now, what he's doing to gatekeep, it's painful to us all. It really is. I don't like it. That's why I don't have respect for folks like Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson. But if I were to speak to them in the public, I wouldn't disrespect them as adults. And I know you're a grown man too, but a lot of times we don't want anyone that's an elder to leave out of this world. And our last words to them was in a nasty manner, is basically what I'm saying. We certainly don't have to agree with them. And we can certainly tell them that they're wrong and they're hurting us by what they're doing to us as far as our history. But
Sister Bethy, I understand
yeah,
exactly what you're saying. I had to tell my father the exact same thing, and I told him in the exact same way that I told Judge Joe Brown, because he was a stubborn dude. My father was a stubborn dude, just like me. I'm a Libra. I be stubborn sometimes and stuff like that. But
Mm-hmm.
when he actually try and sit there and put us all in one category, and he's sitting there getting to a point where it's that, see, what I understood was, because I ain't gonna lie to you, I had an agenda because I know he a celebrity. So a lot of our people
Agenda is
is
such a harsh
involved.
word.
Yeah, I did have an agenda. I had an agenda to attack him as being a celebrity because all people's is celebrity idol worshippers. A lot of all people's is. So I knew that they was going to actually sit there and listen to what he had to say. So it was going to take a long time because he got a southern drawl when he talked. So my main mode was to get out everything that I needed to get out of because I knew that I wasn't going to talk to him again. I know I'm not going to talk to him again. So that's why I approached that situation the way that I approached it. A lot of people approach things differently, but I had a strategy the way that I was going to approach it because I know for a fact is that he a bully and stuff like that, but he denied everything when he was on a podcast. He denied all that type of stuff. So I wanted to separate everything when it came down to that and make him become a big contradiction off of what he was saying. That's why I brought up the word that everybody say that I can't pronounce. Serial litter mortis or mortis. I brought that up because that meaning black meaning dead in law. And then the question that I asked them was we here before Africans and Europeans before 1492? That was my main
Uh,
question. But I had to give other people chances in between the time. But I'm paying attention to the people that's in the chat too, because he indoctrinating people in the chat through talking about the educational system. I got family members that do that
he-
because they put educational over everything. And I explained to him, like I graduated from high school, even though the way I talk like this is because I'm from Baltimore. This is my slang. This is the way that I was brought up. And we have a language
it's not
when
where you
it comes
from, it's where
down
you
to this.
at.
No, I'm talking about we have a original
Hold
language
on,
the way that we talk
hold on,
when it comes
Jeremiah,
down to our slang.
Jeremiah. Let me suggest something here as an example. Now you gotta have to control just for a moment. Now, whether it's civil litis mortus or you just state to him that word that you couldn't quite correctly pronounce means dead in law. Now, you're speaking to a judge who obviously is a bar registered attorney. The question should have been framed because out of his own mouth, and I was going to ask you, Bethy, because this was from your conversation that you held with him and Dane. He repeatedly lied, said that his mission was to free black people. Now, that's a contradiction in itself. If the status of black has these people you're calling black dead in law, and you're an officer of the court. Do you feel what I'm saying, Queen Mother? So when we
Yeah.
don't turn the logic of his argument on him, Jeremiah, do you understand what I'm describing here? So the framing of the question is,
Yeah.
you are a lawyer, you're participating in a people being put into a dead state in law. How is it you, as your mission, you claim you're attempting to free black people when you're doing it by calling them black, which is a dead state under law, and you're an officer of the court? Do you see the approach that I'm suggesting, Jeremiah?
Exactly. And I wish somebody was able to back me up when it came down to that. If somebody felt like I was wrong, I wish somebody would have been like, okay, this is what
They
he actually
tried.
trying to say. But everybody was just like kind of like going along what he was saying. So I was like, okay, so I'm gonna have to do this on my own. I felt like I was by myself, so I was just like I felt as though that I just gotta just say everything that I gotta say and just get it off my chest at that one point in time.
Okay.
Jeremiah, did you
Mhm.
understand the approach that I was suggesting in future reference? You listen to the person
Yeah.
state what they claim they're about. When you're speaking to Aboriginals or American Indians, and you are calling them black as highly educated as you are, I don't care if he's a lawyer, doctor, Indian chief, and you're continuing to choose to refer to us that way, you are putting us into a dead state legally. That was the point of the word you were trying to say, civilis mortus. Okay? All
You're
that means in Latin is black is a dead state. So anytime black is used, any reference to black, it is a dead like state. And you're putting it on a people who are American, first and foremost. Indians, some say tribally. And ultimately, the only legally authorized population here on this land, and you're participating in putting us away in this dead state. You see what I'm saying now, Jeremiah? And take the
yeah,
emotion out of it, bro. You got to
yeah.
work on that. That's just a suggestion, but you got it.
Yeah, try not to cut people off and just listen.
It's
Take
just the fact.
notes.
See,
You know,
it's not just about the emotion. I mean, I understand that y'all can probably hear the passion when I'm talking, but it's just the fact that it's like I knew that there was so many people on the panel. See, sometimes when it comes down to when you got a celebrity right there in your face, you only got a once in a lifetime opportunity to present them all the information that you're gonna present to them because it's going to be people that's on that podcast. I don't know how they worship this man. I don't know if they do worship this man. And I seen a lot of people agreeing to a certain thing. So I was like, okay, I got to get everything out. And sometimes they come out blatantly, sometimes they sound crazy, but at the same time is that's the point that I was trying to express. And I even repeated it. I even told Judge Joe Brown, I said, if you want me to spell it out for you, if you can't even understand what I mean, then I will spell it out for you. Cause they gave me enough
that
time to express myself. Like they cut everybody off and they was even trying to talk. So when it came down to that point of what I was saying on every different level of what I was trying to say, even before that, they gave me enough time because nobody was trying to actually go at him the way that I was trying to go at him when it came down to us being aboriginal to this land when he kept on trying to classify us as African because he's calling himself African because of DNA tests. That was disrespectful. And then when he disrespected his own peoples, I was like, okay, you disrespected your own ancestors, but then he disrespected me at the same time, talking about all this fighting and all this type of stuff. I never talked about no fighting and all that. And that's the same tactic that he used against Dan Calloway. And I was like, okay, he doing the same thing, and I brought it up to him. And that's all I was just trying to say to him.
Oh, that's okay, honey. At least you made it your effort to say the things that you wanted him to hear. Do you feel like you did that? Do you feel like you were
I
able?
really didn't get my answer
Yes,
because
ma'am,
he
it
never
is.
got to answer my question about do he believe that we was actually over here before the Africans and Europeans before 1492? I never got that answer out of him because the question got switched because somebody else had a question. That's why I had to blurt everything out at one time because he got a slow southern draw. I know about that. I know about how people down south talk because I'm from Baltimore. Sometimes people can't understand what I'm saying. So I had to do that, but I still didn't get that answer question. I didn't. He didn't get to answer that question.
Well, I can tell you this just by his behavior. If you look at him, he's a well known judge. And by his behavior on the panel, it's that's obvious that we're making noise. and it's ruffling folks' feathers. Otherwise, this man would not jump on the panel. We are ruffling feathers in Congress, and they're setting out their road dogs. That's you, Smoke, right?
As always, Sister Bethany.
Okay. They're to get him to come on panels like this. We're making noise, and we're making congressmen discuss this. Don't believe for 1 minute that
that
we're
they're
not.
ignoring it. You
That
see
they're
how they
ignoring it.
shooting Clyburn out on there?
And it's like, if you have the truth, what is to be arguing? You don't need to argue with anyone. You feel a certain way, you act a
But
certain way.
everybody say that this argument, it's not about arguing, it's just the passion that I feel. And I feel disrespected when somebody say, oh, it's because the way that I talk. It's not the way that I talk, because I know how to use slang and I know how to actually talk proper. I can talk proper if I want to, but I choose not to because I know for a fact this is me deep down inside. Like,
But
even when
see,
it comes
that's
down
the
to
problem.
corporations, like one thing, like Sister Bethany, when it comes down to corporations, right, at my job, like, Paleface respect me more when I actually be myself and I actually talk like this instead of actually going up to them and being like, okay, if we want handle some business today, okay, they look at that as being fake. Like, they look at that as being fake. Like, I'm not going to sit there and talk to them like that. They look at me as crazy when I talk to them, and I watch all people do that. And then I watch behind their back, which they don't even notice. They be like, what is wrong with them? And then they come up to me, they be like, they more relate to me because they be like, you yourself. They
Now I
That's not
didn't
the
want to
respect
do
point.
this,
That's
me
not
for
the point.
being me.
and I didn't want
That's
to do this. I did not want to do this. I did not expressly did not want to do this. But I'm gonna say to you yet again, Jeremiah, just the same way I said to you on Cuddy's show. When you're talking to our elders, I don't care if you don't respect them, they're still our elders. They still have information we need to get from them. And that's why I said it's not what you say, it's how you say it, sir. That's all it is. Once you erase the emotional side of you and get to the bluntness of the questions that you have, it would be a totally different outcome. The moment you stepped in, you went in hot. Went in hot. If you'd have kept your respect level, we could have got more out of the man versus you trying to shut him down before it can even get started. He picked up on what you was laying down and he shut it down. And again, I explained this to you on Cuddy. And I'm going to say this again to you, bro. It's not you personally or emotionally. None of that. But when you jump on panels up here, as you see Sister Bethy and Ali Bamu, these are our elders. It's just exactly how you talk to them. When you jump on somebody else's panel, bro, have the same respect that you have for Sister Bethy and Ali Bamu. Because you personally are just asking questions for the rest of us. Stop making it about solely about you. We need you to be you and ask your questions, but we don't need you to be overly emotional about asking your questions. You're a good brother, and I know you mean well. I just want you to get out of your emotionals and get into the realization of what you are actually engaged in. If that makes sense to you yet again, sir.
and it's not where you're
Um,
from, it's where you're at.
It
You know,
don't make sense to me. It
no,
don't make
I'm not
sense to me. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you why
I
it don't
wasn't
make sense to me,
finished.
and I don't want nobody else to actually answer my own answer the question that he just answered to me. See, the thing about me is I was raised, whereas though is that my peoples raised me hard, whereas though is that like they raised me, what you call it, tough love. I was a tough
We
love
all
type of
did.
raised type person. So when it comes down to it, like I'm not no weak type of person when it comes down to anything. Even when I went into boardrooms, when it comes down to politics, when it comes down to going to meetings and stuff like that, talking like this got problem solved. Talking weak, I don't talk weak to these people. I try not to be too nice. If I feel a certain type of way, I'm gonna get it off my chest because it's gonna eat me up inside if I hold it
Okay,
in.
okay, fine. Jeremiah, how about this? That's fine. That's fine. You can call it being weak, or you can call it whatever terminology you want to use, sir. That is fine. I'm gonna say this. At least have respect for the people's panels that you jumping on while they have guests in their panels that you are never going to get privy to. You're not going to get privy to that. You're not hosting your own shows. You're not in contact with these people. It's almost a slander for you to do what you're doing in certain arenas. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. But if a celebrity on there trying to indoctrinate our
But
people, nope, it's not gonna make
no,
sense to me.
he's not. He ain't indoctrinating nobody, bro. I mean, you can't subsidize it to just one person. I mean, there's thousands of people out there doing harm against our
Wait a
people.
minute. Wait a
Go
minute.
ahead.
Wait a minute.
Hold
Go
up.
ahead.
Hold up.
I
I
just
have a question.
Yes,
I have a
ma'am.
question. How old are you, Straight Smoke?
I am 46 years old.
How old are you, Moving Silence?
I'm 38.
Straight Smoke. Don't be calling me your damn elder. I'm X generation just like you. Okay. Move on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I
Well,
Move on.
well,
Mr. Betsy,
and
you
also,
know, you know what I'm saying. Okay.
Nah, man,
But
I don't know what you're saying.
I'm sorry. I do
You're
apologize for
Generation
that.
X just like me.
It's just that I respect you in such a high regard, even though that
I
I know
know.
that you are just like an older sister to me by
Okay, I'll
by way
take
of
that.
age. I got
I'm
that.
Generation X. I'm not a boomer. Not that I'm ashamed or anything with boomers, but keep me in my right era. I ain't
Yes,
ancient.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. But if I could, Jeremiah, what I'm trying to get across to you, you may
How
feel
old
that
is
way.
Jeremiah? How old are you, Jeremiah? Your mic is muted.
36. 36.
Okay, your Generation Y. Moving Silence is Generation Y. Libra Sun is the lost generation. He's before the boomers.
All I'm saying,
No,
Jeremiah,
Libra Sun.
you already said that you looked at this man as a celebrity status. That's a one thing right there. That's one thing right there. I'm trying to get you to understand that even how you may view these people and the things that you may know doesn't give you justification to just spout off the way you feel, because again, you were and you they allowed you to come on that panel. They allowed you to.
And all of
You,
them
you
gave me the
understand where I'm going with
respect.
this, right?
let him finish, man.
They allowed you to come up on this panel. And I don't know. I'm not gonna say that it could have any implications, but what I'm saying is, look at what you could have jeopardized in the future by way of how you acted. Just look at that. And you were just someone that they
Yeah, but you
allowed
can't
to
say
come
that I
up.
should look
If
at
you
that
give me
no
a
type of
second,
way
I'll land
because
my plane,
I
sir.
spoke to
If you give
them.
me a second, I'll land my
Let
plane, sir.
one
Give
mic,
me a
one mic.
second, I will land my plane, sir. As he was a guest, so were you. So were you. And it was taken in consideration that some of us know who you are. So for you to just go in like that, bro, not to say, you know what I'm saying, you didn't have reasons for it, but it was how you went about it. Now you can say you was raised with tough love and all that good stuff. That's fine. But you got to understand that these ladies are running their own platform, which you are not a contributor of at all. And you could have possibly jeopardized them, what you call a celebrity guest. Does that make sense to you that you could have cost them ladies something because of your personal, emotional state of being? Now I
Yeah,
land my
but you
plane.
speaking for them. You speaking for
I'm
them.
not.
I actually
No, I'm
spoke
not.
to I actually spoke to Doshane on Cuddy podcast today, and she said that everything that you said, I agree with. That you could have came up with a better approach, but I agree with everything that you said with. So you
Correct.
cannot speak for somebody else.
I'm not.
So what is you saying?
Okay, again, never mind. If you're not if you don't understand, that's fine. That is totally fine. All I'm saying is this: it's the potentials that could possibly happen, bro. That's all I'm laying out to you. What you were saying was cool, but it wasn't cool. It was the way you brought it. It was your delivery. And I said this to you on Cuddy channel. Dulcinea is supposed to tell you that because she represents unscrambled minds. But for
Look,
everybody else
I'm not gonna let
outside
no
of that, hold on,
colonizer.
bro. Let
I'm
me
not gonna
finish.
let
I'll
no
let you talk
colonizer
without
tell me
interrupting
the
you.
way that I
Calm
supposed to
down, bro.
talk.
Put your feelings in your back pocket, bro. Let me finish and you can go ahead. What I'm saying is that on the outside looking in, that just wasn't a genuine good look. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Now
Yeah,
go
and
ahead, bro.
that's your own opinion on the way that I talked it. You want to express your own opinion the way that I express my words. Because, yeah, I could have changed my words up and I could have talked more verbal, or I could have talked more proper. I could have talked on all different levels of the way that you wanted it to sound. But I did it off of the way that I felt deep down inside. And ain't nobody going to change the way that I feel deep down inside. Because I'm going to be me to the day that I live, to the day that I die. So ain't nobody going no YouTube platform or no internet platform going to tell me that I should change the way that I talk when I got to live my life and I live my life the way that I live.
You absolutely correct, sir. You're absolutely correct. I'm not telling
Oh
you that.
my goodness.
I'm not, that's not my whole point, but I understand. I understand. I understand. And again, the only thing I'm saying is that it's not what you said. Everybody agreed on what you said. Those are the things that needed to be said. It was just your delivery, bro. That was it. That's it. That's all. You know what you know. Ain't nobody
Well,
can take that away
I
from you.
can bet
Nobody can
you
take that
one
away
thing.
from you.
I can bet you one thing. I guarantee if my delivery came out here to this world and I express my delivery to this world, I guarantee in my generation now understand every single thing that I'm saying. Because we're not going to
Don't
be on
speak.
no indoctrination. We're not going to
Don't
be on
speak for
no
me,
type of
man.
old school level of thinking. We know
Who's
exactly
we,
what's
man?
going on. And I
Who's
be in the
we?
communities. I be on groundworks when it comes down to dealing with people. So
That's
ain't
fine.
nobody gonna change the way that I talk.
Everybody does
We
what
not
they
change. We're
do in
not
their
doing
own
that.
personal
Go
life.
ahead. Smoke.
Everybody does what they do in their own personal life to uplift the community, especially if you're someone that is of the community, like myself. I have no qualms with what you do for your community. I don't. I'm glad that you're doing that. I really am. We need more people like you to do just what you're doing. I salute you about that, my brother. That's no problem. The only thing that I am supposed to do is the righteous thing, not some of the time, all the time. And all I'm trying to do is give you my insight on how I think and view, not my emotions, not my feelings. I want you to be a better version of yourself. So all I can do is give you my points and my insight. Maybe it can help. That's all I'm supposed to do is uplift my community. And if you're going to be around in this
At war,
community,
right? At war, right? So
what do you mean
you
at
gonna bring
war?
up the word righteousness at war. You're gonna bring up the word righteousness, so you're gonna do this Martin Luther King type of talk and keep on telling all people to turn away from the situation, knowing for a fact is that the
Did you hear me
situation
say
is
that?
right there in front of them.
He
Did you
You
doesn't
hear me
take
can't
say
do
that?
constructive
that.
criticism well.
I see that.
Jeremiah,
Yeah,
Can't keep
yeah,
on
he
telling
he
our
does
Moving
not.
people
right.
to turn the right cheek
Yeah,
and
he
get
doesn't take
smacked
his
on the left.
responsibility well.
He's not understanding what I'm saying, and that's perfectly fine. We can always do two things. We can always do two things. We can either help each other or agree to disagree. And all I'm trying to do is convey to you that I'm trying to help. If you're thinking that I'm trying to do some MLK stuff, apparently you don't know who Straight Smoke is. And I'm going to tell you that first and foremost, young man. I've always been the most respectful person that I can possibly be because I don't want anybody to get me out my character. I did that one time and I'm gonna leave it at that part. But I'm saying to you, I respect you enough just to give you some constructive criticism to move you in a better direction, in a better way. If that's something that you just are just not willing to hear, that's fine. And I will just say nothing else to you, my brother. Peace be unto you.
Yeah, I respect that. I respect your criticism, or you can put constructed in front of it. But at the same time, I actually really put in work when it comes down to the community. When I go to the community centers and make sure all people that's really good in the streets, that's really good, that's
No
homeless,
one
that
has
really
no
don't
qualms
got it.
about that.
So I don't need no
Oh,
advice.
oh,
My
Oh, you don't
advice
need
come
any
from
advice.
snaps.
That's what I needed to hear. Now, that's exactly what I was talking about. That's exactly what I was talking about. Moving silence, Sister Bethy, Alibamu, because you know what? I always get advice from Sister Bethy. I always listen to Alibamu. I listen to Moving Silence. I listen to DJ Cuddy. I listen to Supreme Chief Holiday. I listen to Top Cats. I listen to these people because they are older than me. They know more than me. There is no way I'm going to shut somebody down because of my young way of thinking and the ideology I may presume to have. But the one thing that I will always do is have an open mind to knowledge. And I thank you so much, sir, for explaining that to me. Have a good day. Salute to you, Sister Bethy, Alibama, Move with Silas, Libra Sun,
Hold up,
as
don't leave,
always.
don't leave right now. Don't leave right now. Don't
No, no,
run.
no, no. Let him go. You
No,
said
he don't
enough.
have to go.
No. They don't gotta go.
No, he don't gotta go. It's okay. We're just conversating. Um, Libra son, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
I mean, he's not. We have to understand Judge Joe Brown's position. He has been shunned from his, glory. You know, um, sometimes when you move away from your community, you're you're gone away from your community so long, and you don't know how. When you get to that level, you don't know how to relate to your own people. And I find that happens a lot in corporate. When you've been up so high in the world, it's lonely at the top. And it's hard for you to relate to your own people. You forget about what your people have been through. And you only see the negative side. When you're in that world, you only see the negative side of your people. You never see the side that wants to do better in your community. That's why I never locked in with management because I don't like pain in that manner. And it that comes back on you. That pain comes back on you when you forget about where you came from. Look at the condition of the people that are supposed to have been leaders of us. Look at their lives. They're wealthy, but they're not healthy. And um they're drinking away their problems. Their health is horrible. Look at Jesse. Look at Jesse. He's gone. Look at
Shell of a
John.
man.
look at everything you've been through to keep your people back. Look, his mind is gone.
But these people, okay, Sister Beck, I'm glad you said that. And I'm going to transition it this way. Have you ever heard of or seen on YouTube the Defiant Lawyers? Are you familiar with them?
No, I didn't watch that. I never.
Have you heard of him?
No.
And he has a partner, a black female, a flag on the plate. But anyway, the statements you just said about holding your people back, and the quote that's mischaracterized from Martin Luther King about, and this was shared by Belafonte up until the day he died in his 90s, that he lamented integrating his people into a burning house. Now, who should be held accountable for that in 2024? The judges, the lawyers, the elected politicians? What is that statement in 2024? Is the house still burning, or we've been burned up in it, or is it burned down around it? What are we talking about?
Well, I mean that could be answered in so many ways. We are accountable.
First of all, the quote, what does it mean to you when he says that we were integrated into a burning house?
Well, we were. You don't think we were?
Oh, I can answer this.
Are the lawyers, the judges,
Exactly.
and the litigation, is that a responsible place to start with how we were integrated was through the law, right?
Correct. Everything that was done to us was a political moves. All of it.
So then doesn't he have some culpability, if not outright responsibility, to the same people he claims his mission is to free black people? You were in the middle of it at the time when the chaos was going on between him and Dane, but you did hear him say that, right?
Correct.
Yep.
What does that, am I supposed to just take that at face value, or is his actual intentions harming black people?
His actual intentions are harming us because he does not want us, and he made it very clear. It to me, based on what he was saying on my show, he was very clear that he does not want us to worry about trying to be who we are. He wants us to forget about that and let it go and move on. How can we move on and let it go? That's something that's very important to our people. Why is it that other people can be who they are and we can't? We're the only people that can't be who we are. And you don't think that that's a problem, being a judge?
So if the judge is fighting for us to be under the legal status of black, I know you know why I'm asking this, but just to walk through this, how can that free those people on its face ever?
It can't. He wants us to drink the Kool-Aid, and we're not. He drunk the Kool-Aid.
And Sister Bethany, that is disrespectful.
It is very disrespectful, and it just shows you that our people that are in power don't give a damn on how this affects us or how anything affects us. We should just suck it up, forget about it. You weren't born in those days, so why are you worrying about it? Because it's affecting me today, us today. We don't have anything because of this.
So is his smug manner contemptuous? Is he actually holding you in contempt? By the way, a legal phrase.
I believe he is. I believe he is. Yes.
Yeah.
Just based on his responses.
I would agree with that, and I would say that Stray Smoke brought up an important point. Just imagine being a judge and someone trying to tell you something or teach you something. He have a false sense of security. So in his mind, he's thinking you can't tell him anything. You understand what I'm saying?
Yep.
By being a judge, he has the final say over a lot of things. And they use that
But
as a false sense of security.
I'm not giving him that right. I'm not giving him that right because once he understood law, he should have took himself out of law to help the people. He should have knew who he was to take himself out of law to understand what he should do for the people. I'm not going to sit there and sympathize with him. Like, come on now, man.
Okay, and you know what I'll do?
He can't. The problem is, Jeremiah, he already sold his soul.
Thank you.
So he can't step out. That's the thing. We should we should follow him by selling our souls. So how can he free somebody if he already sold his soul? He doesn't have the power to free us.
Exactly.
But he's trying to play contradiction. That's why I jumped on him, because he's trying to say that he didn't sell his soul at the same time as that he did. He said that he not a part of the boule and he going against the boule and he talking all this crazy stuff about that. But at the same time is he playing us for stupid because I'm listening to the people that's in the audience that's paying attention to it. Because I'm trying not to let them get confused off of the conversation when I'm approaching him that way.
What's understood don't need to be explained, but I will say this to you, Jeremiah. The whole thing is that this man has been in the position he has been in for over like 50 years. Okay? 50 years. Let's just call it 50 years, right? So he's already locked set in his ways. He's already has his in and out scripts. He knows what he already knows. It wouldn't be no deterrent.
It don't matter what he know,
Hold on,
but
bro.
he not going to
I understand. Listen, I know you're passionate, bro. I know you're passionate, and I'm trying to rock with you. Okay, hear me out, bro. I know. It's okay. I'm trying to rock with you. I know you're passionate and you're emotional. What I'm saying to you is I'm coming at you with straight up facts about the man. That's it. If he would have did the right thing back in the day, they would have killed him. Okay? Be honest with yourself first and foremost.
So,
with the knowledge that just let me.
Sometimes you gotta put your life on the line for this game,
bro.
It's called making sacrifices. He made the sacrifices to sell his soul, so he should make the sacrifices at the end of the day while he owed the sacrifices stuff for the people to actually present the real information when it comes down to it.
Yeah,
I'm not letting them get away with that. You let him get away with that.
Hold on, Jeremiah. That's fine. What did you say, Sister Bethy? Go ahead.
He's already gone.
Thank you.
There is nothing else that he could do at this point.
What you say? Blood out of eternity.
He's already gone, sweetheart. He's not someone that can help us. He's not. Anybody that are people that are in the boule, they're not going to help us. They're already sold based on what they do. If anybody is really, really, really going to represent us, they would be here with us.
Yep.
And they would also be asking you, not telling you. Is this man? Okay, so I'm staying back on your initial conversation, my sister. Is the fraud issue, right? Yes. Is it not? Have we not dissected that it is literally in the law?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So who is our advocate? Is that not what a lawyer is supposed to be?
Correct.
The advocate for the victim, the complainant, the defendant, right?
Yeah, honest lawyer.
Well, okay.
We never had. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I wanted to put the two together with him himself. What's the young people call clout chasing? He is desperate for relevance. How relevant is Judge Joe Brown, Queen Mother?
Oh my God.
No, sure. I'm not saying this to diminish him, to dismiss him. I'm saying, what is the relevance to a washed up judge/lawyer to the people who, now you can't discuss yours for whatever reason. Not that you're
Busted ass
gagged or
barbecue
whatnot,
sauce.
or maybe you won't discuss the defamation lawsuit of Minister Louis Farrakhan. I think you get the significance of what I'm pointing out, my queen mother. Who
Busted barbecue
is
sauce.
advocating for the American in law who's been in law defined Negro, colored, and black? I won't go to any others, just those three primarily. Who is defending the character of the American in law in 2024?
Just us. That's here.
Exactly. And there was only one person that was left, and that was Johnny Cochran.
Jesus
And
Christ.
Johnny Cochran told them
Johnny Cochran.
in law. Johnny Cochran was the
Johnny
person
Cochran.
that said that he was coming for the check.
You said Johnny Cochran.
And Johnny
You don't know
Cochran
Johnny
told them
Cochran,
that
man.
he was coming for the check because once he understood the law,
Yeah,
that's
you
when
do know
they
Johnny
actually
Cochran in some way, but you don't know his character.
no.
don't
Are
know
you-
I'm talking about Johnny Cochran in his last years of law.
Okay, but that's not
That's
what.
when
That's
when
that
they
has no.
added him.
That has Jeremiah. That has no basis on what Alabama was just asking Chief Morning Thunder, Sister Bethy. You literally cut her clean off from talking because you just could not resist. I'm sorry, Sister Bethy.
Well, moving silent has been quiet, and so has Lieberson. I want them to be able to speak.
I don't know can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh no, I had to go grab something, came back. But I'm definitely enjoying the bill. And someone was saying in the chat, it's like if you're connected with your community, you have to know who the public officials are, who's responsible in this, and the mayors and all that. You have to know who these people are, so you can find out what's going on. And it's like you have to really do some digging. And like I said I was going to say this. I said it's not where you're from, it's where you at. Morgan Freeman used to have a Southern accent. As he became actor. Listen, I'm not done talking. As he became actor, he had to he studied a lot, read.
Jeremiah.
No, Jeremiah, you're not letting me finish. What I was saying was he read a lot of books, and all of a sudden his accent started to change because his vocabulary got better. Yep. And I say to say this, it's where you're at. Like, what can you definitely can learn a lot when you just pay attention, listen, and just take notes to better your vocabulary, better your yourself as a person. Because you don't know everything. And like Smoke said, man, sometimes
you better know that them words is spells too.
Huh? What was that you say? Spell? Pronunciation?
Keep going, moving silent. So you
better know that them words is spells
like
too. You don't understand the words that come out of your own mouth.
I'll be trying to say something, he cut me off with something else. I'm like, huh?
It's all right. I've learned a different route.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all.
And it's like I had to learn. And everybody gets tough love. I mean, but at the end of the day, it's how do you perceive life at this day and time? You have to move with a certain type of respect for yourself and know how to move within the boundaries you're in. You can't look upon people who sold out. I mean, just is what it is. They're going to be who they want to be to get money, to get what they want, but it's not going to be you or anybody else.
So
you just got to take it what it is, a grain of salt. And sometimes the constructive criticism, you have to take it like a grain of salt. And no one trying to go against you or anything. We're just trying to understand you and try to help you a little bit. Whatever little bit they can help you with. Because it could, at the end of the day, it could help you along the way to be a better person. Because we're not all
that's called embetterment.
We have to look at we really have to look at these politicians and
Yes.
People that have authority, how can they free people when they're not free themselves? They're not free either. When you're working under somebody, you are not free. He owes his allegiance to the United States government as a judge.
Yep. Under
He
oath.
swore, yeah. He
So then,
takes
Queen Mother, in your fraud question, again, if we are the victim that has been integrated into a burning house based on the law, who is going to extricate the American out of it and be their advocate?
we can
The
only
judicial system.
no.
I would be that
Supreme-
person.
It
And
would
I
be
would
the
be that
Supreme
person.
Court.
I would represent that person. And I would
That is
actually put
something
my
that
life
needs to
on
be
the line. And
Supreme
when it
Court.
comes down to it, like all people got to do is just represent their self and
That's
actually
the
know who they
paganism.
is. Like Sister Bethany talk about their genealogy of them being American Indian to this land, and then we make that movement off of that strength. I'm not just talking about me. I'm talking about everybody that actually know about their self as their self. When it
That's what's
comes
up.
down to this genealogy, when it comes down to knowing who they is, when it comes down to them being American Indian of this land, they the people who should be represented. Nobody else. Nobody else. If you know your genealogy, if you know your family tree, if you know exactly who you is, when it comes down to you being copper colored, when it comes down to you being aboriginal to this land, that's the one who should be represented without no turncoats in between. Because we know we got Asians out here that can try to apply themselves to those type of terms that look like us. But it's no
Wow.
mix in between. There's no mix in between. Now, when you get off a note talking weak, you talk anything other than that, you talk immigrant, you talk anything other than that, okay, we gonna recognize you as being the agent. And this is how it's gonna be ran. And if you got a problem with that, then you got a problem with us.
Okay.
And
Thank
this
you
is
so
the way
much.
that
But
it's
hold
gonna
on,
be
Jeremiah.
rolled out.
Hold on, Jeremiah. Hold on. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for that. Really, I do. Ali Bamu, to get back to what you were saying, who would be the one to be held accountable for all of these things? Wouldn't it go back to the same pagan judicial system that they set up to actually make the final decisions and everything that they state in policy and in law?
Okay, but so Queen Mother, I know you didn't want the question necessarily declaratively answered, but what was the cause of the question of today's show, of this segment that you're doing? The question you're asking, simply put, is the federal and state government committing fraud? I'm paraphrasing now, but are they committing fraud, right?
Yes.
And if a fraud is being committed, they're the criminal, right?
Correct.
So who is the victim that is not getting advocacy? And I'm using the quote out of Judge Joe Brown's mouth that he's here. His mission, he said to Dane Calloway, was to free Black people. Did I miss something, Queen Mother? And how would you suggest, if you ever have the opportunity to speak to him again, on educating him on how that would be accomplished?
I want you to actually sit up there with
As a litigator, I'm saying, as a litigator specifically.
Ali Bamu, I want you to be around for that. I said that numerous times. I need you to be there to talk straight up. That's what I need to see. That would be awesome.
Let me ask a question.
You don't need Alabama to be there to actually represent you. You just know how.
I didn't say represent me, bro. Hold your mouth, man. Lay down. Lay down. Lay down. Straight up. I ain't asking Ali Bamu to represent nothing. I need him to go up there and go ahead and ask some questions, young man. Lay down.
Let me ask a question real quick.
Hold on, bruh. Straight up. You being overbearing and very forceful with your rhetoric. Just be cool, my nigga. It's okay. You will always get your chance. All the time. Thank you, Sister Bethy.
You got it, Libra son. Go ahead.
All right. So the question is, can you? What does an illusion has to do with change? So black people don't even exist. So how can you free something that don't exist?
And that was supposedly the Latin phrase "civilis mortus." But Libra son, do you want to address the question on the screen and do that in the context of what you're saying? So you see the question. What is it that is in front of the American?
Oh, no question about the fraud. Who's responsible for the fraud?
Yeah, no question.
Now answer this question less than 2 minutes. Answer this question. Don't get into a whole bunch of details because you know it's a whole bunch of people on the panel. Now answer this question less than 2 minutes, and I want to see how you going to do it. If you think that you can do it better than me, go ahead.
Straight Mo.
I mean, it's very not hard to see. You're seeing the structures built for you to comply with, sir. What you're seeing is everything that's going to market you from the time that you're born to the time that you die, and you will continue to pay us because you are breathing our air, sir. And I'm done.
No, you did not answer that question. No, you got to keep going. That's not answering the question. Judge Joe Brown ain't gonna hear that. Go ahead, keep going.
I mean, how else can I say this again? You are being marketed from the time you are born, labeled.
Hold on, Straight Smoke. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Let's use Judge Joe Brown's statement and reverse engineer it.
Another man's
If he's saying no, hold on. He's saying his mission is to free black people. We already know that's flag on the play and what status is. But free them from what? In the context of this question, Straight Smoke.
I understand what you're saying. And it's freeing you from what you see on the screen, my nigga. I mean, what don't you read in this simple English that's on the
problem.
screen?
You understand. Remember, you overstand everything. So understand is not
you trying to combat them on purpose.
Understanding what you actually reading.
Are you
overstand
serious?
Everything in this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's 7 details that you got to break down in 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Read them. Just read
break
them.
It down in 2 minutes.
Read everything. Hold on. Read everything you see on the screen, my nigga. That's what I need you to do right now.
No, because you felt
you read everything that's on the screen, my nigga. Just read everything on the screen, my nigga. That's all I
want to see how you can properly
just go ahead and read for me, my nigga.
2 minutes.
Let me hear you read, my nigga. Read.
7 statements in 2 minutes.
Read. I've already done it twice.
Here's what we're gonna do. You two guys are funny. You and Straight Smoke. Hey, let's see. How about Jeremiah, you break this down in less than 2 minutes. Let's see. You break it down in less than 2 minutes. I'm gonna relinquish my mic because I want to hear this.
Less than 2 minutes. Okay. Census sheets. When it comes down to census sheets, where it says that we was misclassified birth certificates, where it says that they changed the birth certificates with what the pleca, marriage licenses, they actually changed the marriage licenses to to remove us from our original identity. All right, the death certificates, when we died, they actually transferred a lot of our information over as us being American Indians to this land. And then the social security cards, we really probably don't know, but at the same time it can come down to the immigrants when it comes down to giving them the social security cards, because we really don't know about that, but they giving out driving licenses to the immigrants that's coming over here on this land when all driver licenses got canceled for different type of situations. When it comes down to being taxed, we as Indians not taxed in this land. Bow.
Are there any objections?
You
Questions?
failed. You have
Queen Mother,
held
my
back
only
another
comment
grade.
is with Judge Joe Brown's statement, which we know in this community, any reference to black is foul. Okay. But the reference to freeing black people from all these documents, all these parameters, which are the defining structure of the fraud, how is that going to be accomplished when you're continuing to have people think they are black? And if they are the American, which they are that already, the American by definition should not be under the jurisdiction of a criminal operation. It certainly should not be defrauded by each and every one of these categories, right? And how is he going to do that when he, as you yourself have said, he has sworn an oath to the Constitution, I might add. Is not all the officers of the court, they swear to the Constitution, not to the people, not to the ones he claims he wants to free, right? His oath is to the Constitution, correct?
With their right hand on the Bible.
And then, as far as the American is concerned, everyone else is claiming to be American. They are identity thieves, correct? Because you know what I mean when I say American. That's very distinct, unique, and exclusive. So American and black is oil and water. They don't mix, right? So you can't free black people and put them back in their American status that they always had before they were even born. So then who is going to be the advocate for the American in this fraudulent scenario?
Well, let me ask you this, and this is for the chat too and the panel. Do we exist?
Yes, we do. Existentially and literally and figuratively.
Literally. Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely.
So what is our okay, we exist. What is our problem?
I didn't want to get into straw man discussions, but everything that you just showed from those categories are attached to a straw man in all capital letters appellation, right? All those documents, including the taxation, is attached to an all capital letters representation of a corporate entity that we have been deceived represents us. Is that correct?
Everything that you've seen on that list, you have to pay for.
No, I don't think you heard what I just said, Straight Smoke.
I think
said
you heard
each and every one of those documents.
Hold on, think about
Hold on. Let me finish, my brother. Let me finish, brother. Let me finish. Let me finish, please. Same for you, Jeremiah. Let me finish. I said all of those categories, including the tax category, is attached to an all capital letters appellation that represents an American. This is the fraud that we're discussing. Is that correct, Queen Mother?
Yes, sir. Yes,
that is most definitely correct. But Alabama, through language arts, what I studied, and this was one of my most, because I actually write music and stuff like that. When it comes down to those capital letters and stuff like that, I understand what you're saying. And the problem that reside when it comes down to anything that we apply to anything when it comes down to this situation is that we still in this system.
Now, Jeremiah, I was not finished, and I don't want to keep trying to remind you to sit on your tongue and use your ears twice as much because you have two of them and only one tongue. So the point that I was asking Queen Mother, so I hope you hear this now.
I do.
That all capital letters appellation is used to defraud a living person and to turn them into property. You could say it your way. I'm just talking my opinion. But would you suggest that to be the essence of the fraud of all of those categories?
Crickets.
Aren't you being convinced that you owe bills on any name on any of those documents that is claiming to attach to you, the person?
I can concur that. That is facts.
Yeah. Yep.
That is facts.
Yeah, that's 100%. But the whole thing about it is the only way that you can actually exit out of those capital letters is to get out of their system, because that's the way that they designed it when it comes down to the English language, when it comes down to capital letters and commas and anything.
But is that true? Are we exiting their system, or will we be exiting our system?
Sister Bethy.
Remember, we are letting other people
be 100 with
utilize
you.
our system that are foreign to our land, right, Queen Mother? Because the system is natural to this land. It was created by our ancestors. We are the descendants and the inheritors of the creations on this land, right? Am I missing something?
Alabama.
Legally, because I defer to your legal opinions.
Alabama. I had to woosah on it because they turned it into a GMO system. It's not natural no more. So now we had to recreate the system over again. So now we had to go on our own terms. Now we have to establish a different type of way of living because they created a GMO, genetically modified system that went against the natural system of the way that things was designed to be. So it's up to the next generation to step up to create.
Well, here's what I see.
Can you pull the slide back up?
Oh, sure. Here's what I see. We were always in the system.
All right. Yeah.
Well, no, we were always in the system. If we wasn't, we wouldn't be noted in the Constitution. Okay? The problem is a simple thing. We're not identifying who we are. That's the problem. We was in it from when they first created the Constitution. Otherwise, Indian not tax wouldn't be there. Because why would you even put Indian not tax in a constitution if the Indian wasn't part of the system?
You notice black people. And you notice black people at the same, his brother.
How are you going to make a law? How are you going to make a federal law for people who aren't part of the system? If we were not part of the system, that wouldn't be written in the Constitution. How are you going to control the Indians and the country?
Sister Bethy.
Wait a minute.
System,
you're not listening.
System is old.
No. You're not listening. You're not listening. The problem is we are not identifying in the system as to who we are. Okay. There's a whole bunch of Indians in the system that's not being identified. They're not on the record. Somebody's absent, and they have been for a very long time. I don't know
Okay,
if you
Sister
watch.
Bethy. Sister
If you go,
Bethy.
you got to listen, and you got to keep your mic muted because you're not listening. I can tell. My daughter does that same thing. Now I'm going to say this again. We have always been a part of the system. If we weren't, Indian not tax wouldn't be in a whole government's system. We are not being identified as who we are in the system. There's thousands of Indians across these 50 states that are in this system, but they're not being identified. I don't know if you watch politics. At the time, Obama was campaigning to be the president. First time around, not the second time or the first time. Do you remember when Clint Eastwood put an empty chair on the stage? Did you understand that?
You talking about when Clint Eastwood did that stunt? You saying?
When every time you turn around, it's just an empty chair there.
Mm.
There's somebody missing. An empty chair.
And that seat is to represent someone, right?
The Indian. Who?
Exactly.
He kept putting that empty
Sister
chair there, and
Bethy.
everybody just
Sister
laughed.
Bethy. Sister
No, you're
Bethy.
still not listening.
What
You're
did what
still
did
not
what did
listening.
they say in that little Bible that they came up with? The when Jesus came in the Revelations, he said that the old will be without, and then we will bring into the new,
Oh,
Come on, man.
generation, the
Come on,
new
man.
generation.
We're not talking about
So we go
none of
by
that.
our own
No,
rules.
we're not
You're
talking about
going,
The
none you're
old
dealing with
rules.
no books,
Hold up,
bro.
hold up,
no,
hold up.
No
But
books of no
we
religion.
remember
no,
the
No
old rules.
books of no religion.
See,
Hold
but
on,
this is the
bro.
thing.
No,
no.
You
bro. Hold
remember the
on, bro.
old rules by
Please hold
following
on,
the
bro.
rules
You're
that's
really
actually was
over.
presented.
You're doing too
No,
much right
no,
now,
no,
bro.
no, no.
Just calm
We're
down.
talking about the Constitution. We were always part of the system. We've been absent from the system. And that's because we've continuously been misclassified until we become Indian. If we became Indians back in the system, right? All the thousands of Indians across these 50 states, all of them, they wouldn't get any money from us to have federal dollars. We work, and they collect. That's why I was going through all the taxes and stuff
Mm-hmm.
in the different states.
Yep.
There's so many of us. They wouldn't get federal dollars from the federal government for nothing because we wouldn't be taxed.
Where they
You
gonna get
need
the money
to
from?
understand that these immigrants that are coming over here, even though they're coming from South America, they're Indians from another part of the soil. When they come here, they're being classified as white because they need the federal dollars. Otherwise, the states wouldn't get anything. When we become Indians, we can work, we can do anything, and we can't be taxed. So if you have a job, right, and you make $1,000 a week, that's exactly what you're going to get, $1,000. No taxes come out. Could you imagine that being for every Indian across these 50 states? Now they don't have anybody to enumerate because you can't tax the Indian. You can't.
Correct.
These fake people on these reservations are being taxed. They're not real.
Those are your slaves.
Sister Bethany, y'all just said exactly what you said. Because it approached the same way how they brought the new terms and the old words into the old terms. So the old terms and the new words and the old people actually got to apply themselves into the new terms. So the same old people that's aboriginal to this land have to apply themselves into this new generation. They got to apply themselves into this new generation. This reverse psychology. That's all they
But
do
it's
is
still
use old
Jeremiah.
and new and
Jeremiah.
just do the reversal.
Jeremiah. But it's still that you are not being recognized like you're supposed to be. It's you not being identified like you're supposed to be. You're not supposed to go through certain things because of who you are and your family lineage. Now, I want you to really, really take that
That's
in
because
because
of the
we're,
system.
hold on real quick. Hold
That's
on.
because
It's
of the
be,
system.
One mic.
hold on.
One mic.
What I'm trying to tell you, bro, is that's what she's talking about is the system, bro. How well removed we were from the system, bro. I want you to understand the full content and ideology and how Sister Betty teaches, bro. I don't see you up here over here on like that. So I'm gonna be very frank and foremost with you. She only gives the realest information you can possibly get legally because she's sound in body with her actions and her words. You know why? That's who she is. I don't want you to just think that you can just do whatever and say whatever. This is not any other platform. This woman is highly regarded and highly praised by me and a lot of other people. And I will say this to you. Please just control yourself, sir. Let's have a nice, gentle conversation.
He,
Keep
he's
it moving.
really okay, Smoke. I don't mind. He's a
Yeah,
young
because I
man.
signed all Sister Betty petitions and I actually agreed with
He's a
everything when
good
she
young
said
man. He's
about
okay.
everything. So
I mean, he's a good young man, and he definitely means well because he could be some kid that's walking around the street popping niggas with guns, but he chooses to be in here with us. A lot of men his age don't want to even get on a panel and speak and converse with people his mama's age. So he's okay. I have the patience. I do. I have the patience, and I really love having him on my panel, just like I love having you on my panel. I don't take it to offense what he's doing.
Salute, Sister Beth.
I don't. I really don't. I think he's cute, and I think he's comical, and he's a smart
yeah,
young
and
man.
Sister Betty, I'm not gonna lie, I apologize to you. Like I signed off all your petitions, like even within this moon, like a whole bunch of people that actually came up with this movement about signing off petitions was suing the government and everything. Because I got my own situations and I gotta go to court. My own situation was trying to get my daughter back, which I don't really want. I suppose was probably already did. But at the same time is like, yeah, like I understand what's going on. I mean, like I'm 36 years old. Like I always was an out of the box thinking type person, regardless. As I came from the hood of Baltimore, like for real. So ain't nothing that nobody can actually explain to me and break down to me. I became independent on my own from being homeless out on the street 4, 5, 6 times, and I established myself in my own position. So I'm not going to be on this internet being fake. That's one thing about me.
And that's fine. And I'm
You made
glad
your point.
I'm glad that you're not homeless anymore because That hurts my heart to hear that from such a smart young man. But anyway,
Nah, sister Becky, don't let that hurt your heart, because at the same time, I learned from that. That taught me
I
how
know, but
to
I just
survive.
don't. I just hate to hear stuff like that.
No, but I'm
It
glad that I
bothers
went
me.
through that. I'm glad that I went through that experience, because it's simple that it taught me survival modes. When it came down to being outside on the streets, it taught me survival modes. Like, a lot of people wouldn't be able to survive the type of stuff that I went through. And I'm
Right.
glad that I went
So
through that.
so
My higher
you're right.
up.
You're right. So let's go here now. Let's go back to where we were. Let's redirect.
Queen
Oh,
Mother,
go ahead. Go
let
ahead,
me
Bobby Bamo.
because I'm probably going to step away.
Oh,
Let me thank
why?
you because I wanted to express it this way as I was trying to ask the question about the documents,
Oh,
the
okay.
straw man example. I
Mm,
appreciate your perspective that you spoke, because I've said before the Constitution only reference Indian. And I would argue in that same clause, the whole number of free persons to be counted are Indians. The persons bound to terms of service, some Indians, but the Slavs and the other people who had terms of service, those were contracts considered indentured servants, right?
mm-hmm.
Then 3/5 all other persons. That does not presume slave. How about the women and the children?
The ones that couldn't
Would
vote.
be all other persons. You feel what I'm saying, Queen
Yep.
Mother?
Yep.
But
Yep.
the fact that the only ethnically identified population from the negative clause is
Uh,
Indians, not tax, meaning they authored the document. And that's for you pan boo boos and you mentally challenged folk in the slow bus. Since there is no reference to European, African, nor native in
mm-hmm.
the document, what does that mean in legal jurisprudence? This is what infuriates me with a Judge Joe Brown. When
Mm-hmm.
knowing black is not even in the document.
It's not in the
So
Constitution.
who are the persons? Thank you for the metaphor of the empty chair, whether Clint Eastwood meant it purposely or not. Interesting. Interesting. Much of his career was stealing cowboy Western narratives, right?
Yeah.
However, who would legally fall under jurisdiction to be represented? Is it not the Indian?
It is.
So if people would start actually listening, and I do stress that for everyone, including myself, listening, and how about you read the ultimate contract?
Yeah.
Because everything flows from that document. Is that not so, Queen Mother?
That is factually so. And what Alabama, for the life of me, they keep speaking about these natives. That's not mentioned in the Constitution.
It is not. And
Native,
neither is a
native,
free white person. It
none of
says
that
the
is mentioned.
whole number of free persons,
And
not white.
who's we the people? That's the question.
Would that be the
Who's we
people
the people?
authoring the document? Isn't
And
that what that pronouncement is? We, the people who are writing this stuff down for you slow people. And the only people identified in the thing that we're writing down is Indians.
And you
Now,
know
you
what's the
can have
killer part to
problems
me,
with that.
Alibamu? The killer
Sure.
part to me, Alibamu, is that I believe, and I'm going to try to make sure of this, that all these gentlemen were public notaries.
no, they weren't.
No, think about what I'm saying. They had to have that title to be able to sign something of that magnitude, other than just governed in the position or put in the position. or
Now, are you talking about the
selected position.
signatories or are you
Because we
talking
had
about
a
the
lot of people.
authors?
Hold on, Ali Bamu. We had a lot of people put in a selected position because they suit the role versus them actually being able to carry out the duties mentally fit.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm trying to understand what you're referencing. Are you talking about the signatories to the Declaration of Independence,
Yep,
or are you talking about the Constitution?
both of them. Both of them.
Well, I think I would defer to Queen
I
Mother.
have to say
Please
both
tell
of them.
me who was the signers to the Constitution, because I don't think that there are signatories to the Constitution. To the Declaration of Independence, yes,
There.
but
Wait a minute. I can look that up right now. I know it's
Damn, Ali Bamu, you be on it, huh? I like that.
well,
that
I'm still perturbed at people
um
claiming that Thomas Jefferson wrote something, that James Madison authored something. We are repeating shit. I do say that
These are
frequently. I try to.
these are
We are
pre-declaration.
repeating things we
Yes,
heard from
that's already been
other
laid out.
people. Right. Okay.
It's already been laid out. I know
there's
it.
20,
I know it.
24,
I know what you showed me.
24 signatures, signers of the Constitution. I'll read them off. Matter of fact, let me do a share screen. I remember seeing that too because it was on a blank. It was at the bottom. So we have George Washington, Benjamin Franklin, James Madison, Thomas Fitzsimmons, George Clymer, Jared Ingersoll, Thomas Mifflin, Jacob Broome, Roger Sherman, George Reed, James Wilson, Abraham Baldwin, Hugh Williamson, John Blair Jr., David Brearley, John Dickinson, Rufus King, Gouverneur Morris, Robert Morris, Alexander Hamilton, James McHenry, Richard Bassett, Gunning Bedford Jr., and Nathaniel Gorman.
None of whom are Indians. Would you agree, Queen Mother?
None of them are Indians.
So what are they
All of
signing
those were
off to?
businessmen.
A contract? No, let's hear what I'm asking. Seriously,
Ooh,
straight smoke.
ooh.
What are they signing off to that does not include them in the content of the document, Queen Mother? Is that meaning they are submitting to the authority who authored the document? Do you follow what I'm asking, Queen Mother?
Here's your
Yes.
military backing.
Wait.
Just
Say that
fighter.
again, Alibama.
None of those signatories that you identified are Indians.
Not one.
No.
So
They're not.
then they are signing off on a document that does not include them in the document. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
Is that in the agreement of submitting to the authority that authored the document? You follow what I'm saying? Because in the congressional record in 1988, they
Correct.
acknowledged the Articles of Confederation and the organic United States Constitution were based on the Iroquois Confederacy and the Great Law of Peace.
This
Correct.
is where they was getting their money from to establish the trade route. This is why I keep saying it. All is trade. I can't keep saying
Correct.
this.
Wow.
This
There was an Indian. There were a couple of them in there, but there was only one that spoke, and that was Conestatago. He was chief of the Mohawks.
But not a signatory to the document.
He is not a signatory because he told them to build a confederacy, and he told them that he let them know that they would back them up. They had the protection from the Iroquois.
But the document did not include them, but it was applied to them. You see what I'm saying, Queen Mother?
But how? Right. So who applied the seal to make it a legal document is my whole question.
The
Who is the
great seal of the
applicator?
union. Okay, here's what was told. Conestoga's words still today, when we look back at a $1 bill, look back at one of a dollar bill. There you will find the Great Seal of the United States. And the eagle's left talon is a bundle of 13 arrows representing the 13 colonies and our strength when united together. So
they're referring to
and
that supposed mythological tale where he showed you could break one arrow, but if you had 13 binded together, the strength of the binding together, they could not be broken. That's supposedly the tale that was told.
Yeah.
well,
Yeah.
okay, wait, run that again, because he was telling them that with their strength binded together. He said our strength.
There.
Represented 13 colonies and our strength when united. So
Right.
if they're only having the 13 colonies, which are the 13 plantations, how does the strength get strong when they're united together?
That's because of using a confederacy as a governing body. The point he was
Correct.
making, and there was some other things I think he said in a different bill, they were frustrated by dealing with 13 different entities, and they were getting sick of their shenanigans in doing trade and committing crimes.
Stop right there.
So
Stop right there.
How
Hold on.
are
Hey,
they
brother.
united
What did he
together?
say right there, Sister Bethy? To stop them doing what?
Okay.
Trade. See, when you mess with somebody's livelihood in that time, that's trade. That's why I keep harping on this. I will stand on this for the life of me. It's the money, it's the monetization of the value of what they do as a people. That's how all this stuff worked out. And people, once people understand that value of nature at that time, then they will understand. It's people where I live at that do fur trapping. For real. This is a serious trade on the mainland. It's just that they got everybody out of that. They don't want you to do it. They want to commercialize it.
Yep.
Seriously. They removed you from your land and your identity at the same damn time.
Mm-hmm.
God. I'm sorry, Sister Beth. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
It's just something hard to just like deal with. A lot of people don't want to deal with what's concurrently going on. That's why I enjoy and always sit back and stand right behind you and everything that you pull up, because I know you're not doing this for no reason. For real. Ain't no reason I'm not doing this. If you can't see this for yourself, something's wrong. And you know what? I'm glad that you're tuning in, because now you get to see a different perspective of something you probably never thought of. Have you looked at it from this standpoint? Have you
I'm so
dissected it like
glad.
this?
I ain't gonna lie to y'all.
Hold on,
Like
brother?
I'm
Just give me a second, brother. You'll get your chance. Have you looked at it like this? Have you dissected it like this? Have you looked at the nuances of how you can integrate anything that you see? Because guess what? That's what people want to do. I hope you stand by your terminology, because your terminology won't hold up in years to come, or decades, or thousands of years. It won't hold up. So it's just like, genuinely to me, I'll say it again, Sister Bethany. Thank you again. Thank you so much.
Y'all two is too funny.
said the Baptist. I'm so
Huh?
glad about you. I'm so glad about you. Even though I don't know if you got a problem with Lisa Cyphers in Virginia with the Accomack tribe. Y'all two
I
put
don't
it
know who
on
that. I don't know who that
with
is,
Curry
sweetheart.
Davis. Sheila Curry Davis over there at his channel. He the one who created the African Americans Not African. And I know that y'all had like issues, but y'all two, y'all two the ones who actually came out here and actually presented this tribe. Lisa Cyphers, she in Virginia, she got the Accomack tribe, and I don't know, you know of her to a certain extent, but
I don't know
yo,
who that is.
I give y'all your highest gracious when it comes down to this American Indian history for real. Because like this is the North, because you know the South, everybody down South know who it is. But like they try to sleep on us up north a little bit, but they they put that information out there too.
Yo, MIA. Yo, MIA. MIA.
It is too comical. So the
She
thing
messed with
is,
you on the sneak tip, Sister Bethy. So don't be feeling no certain type of way about it. She messed with you on the sneak tip too, because I actually gave them information and all that type of stuff. Cause you know I'm from Maryland, I'm from
I'm sorry.
Baltimore. So
I'm sorry. I
yeah, I
meant to say
mean
moving silence.
I put her on point with you. Yeah, I
It was
mean this is a whole
MIS.
mutual
Moving
ground
silence.
when it comes down
Moving
to this
silence. Please say
situation.
something. You all good, brother? Moving silence. I meant to say moving silence. MIS. I said MIA. I meant moving silence. I just wanted to let you know.
oh, you said MIA.
Right. I'm just
He's been
clearing that up.
quiet.
It's all
Right.
good.
Yeah,
Straight,
you
what
know what
you
I'm
doing
saying, bro.
straight? What you doing straight, Smoke?
He might
No, I
be
just wanted to hear
MIA.
moving silence.
Yeah.
You
Hello.
know,
Are
Can you
you
yep.
hear me?
missing in action, bro?
I don't know something wrong with my headphones. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you real good.
Think there's some. Is there anything wrong with my headphones? Oh.
I can
That
hear
will be
you.
on your end, sir.
Oh. Okay. Cool. No, I'm just hearing the build. You know what I'm saying? You guys are y'all fire. Well, you know what I'm saying. As far as the signatures, I'm just paying attention. I was just trying to grasp hold on it. Nothing major. Y'all can
I
continue.
mean, if you really think about it, you guys, and I don't, we say, oh, Indian not taxed, but literally, where are the Indians that are not being taxed? The people that they speak about today are actually being taxed. These $5 tribes, they're being taxed. Only the real Indians can be not taxed, and they have not stepped forward. The chair is still empty. Representation is silent.
Sister Bethy is hard. I didn't talk to because I actually know my people's down Southern Maryland, that's Pagadawi tribe of Maryland. Like it is hard because being in this system and like everything apply to like it's so hard. I'm gonna tell you, like I didn't talk to my people's, like I told Cut like on the podcast, like at my family reunion, we had the podcast. I put the podcast on my family reunion was July the 29th out Copper State Park out Pennsylvania. And I was putting them on to the information. We had the whole circle with the family tree. We broke everything down. But it's
Okay, let me
hard
ask you this. Let me
as
ask you
long as
this.
we apply to this system.
Let me ask you this. Have you taken your individual state to district court? The state that they made you a citizen in. Have you
Yes,
taken them
that's
to
what I
court?
mean. It's hard. Yes.
No, it's not hard.
Maryland, yes, Maryland is hard. I'm telling you, Sister Betty, Maryland is hard. These people don't
All
even
right.
know the difference between Native
Did you go to
American
district
and
court and file? Did you go to district court and bring actions against the state of Maryland in district court?
Now, I didn't file an
So you
actual
can't say
lawsuit
it's hard
against the
until
court. Now,
no,
I
no,
didn't
you
file an
don't. But
actual
the
lawsuit.
action. Listen, the lawsuit is not against the court. The lawsuit is against the state government. Have you read your state government's constitution?
Yeah, cause my
Okay,
public
stop.
defender.
You said
Yeah, yeah, I read.
yes or
Yeah,
no. Okay. In your state constitution, does it say Indian not taxed? I'm not talking about the United States, the U.S. Constitution. I'm talking about the state of Maryland's Constitution. Have you ever read it?
now, truthfully speaking, I didn't see
Yes,
that.
that's yes or no. Did you read it?
Yeah, I read it, but I didn't see the Indian not text.
No, you
I ain't gonna
Okay,
lie
didn't.
to
but you
you.
don't know. You don't know if you've seen it. So now that's gonna be a little assignment that I want you to do. I want you to go and read your state's constitution, the state of Maryland's constitution, and see if it says Indian not taxed.
Yeah,
Thank you
that'd
for
be a good
studying.
idea
Your
because I brought
individual
this.
state's constitution. Okay, you were made a citizen.
Is that
Okay, I want you to go and look and see.
yeah? Because these judges down here try to play like they don't know the difference between us being
No, forget about
Native
the
American
judges.
and
You know that
American Indian.
that's not the judge's job. The judge's job is to determine if something is constitutional or unconstitutional.
Okay.
Okay, is it unconstitutional that Indian
All
not
right.
taxed is not in their
You just gave
constitution?
me something to look at
No,
because
now
I'm
I
going
want you to
to
go and look.
I'm gonna do
I
my
want you to go
research
and
on
look.
it.
I want you to go and
And I
read it.
ain't talking about no
Matter of fact,
Wikipedia, no
that's
Google either.
everybody's. That's going to be everybody's job. I want you to look up your individual state's constitution wherever you live. Okay, they have jurisdiction over you. If you're a citizen of the state that you live in, not the state you were born in. But then again, it could be the state that you were born in and the state you
And the
live in.
state you live in.
Seeing that you're born in a state where
I
you
know
tax.
I know what you
So
saying,
I
Sister
want you to
50,
go.
but
I just
in
want
my
you to go read
family,
it. I'm not going to talk to
see
you no more. 'Cause I'm getting ready to
Sister
get off
50,
here. Jeremiah, I'm not playing with you
yo,
today.
you know how peoples get down, I be like going down, I be going down to
Wow.
Southern
You
Maryland and
not.
stuff like that.
You not. You
They
know
they
what?
be
You just
You
don't
know
they
what?
know.
don't want to be federally recognized.
You doing. You going in your ADHD mode. I want you to read your state constitution, find out, and then come back the next time I go live. Okay?
You're
He's something else. Oh, but you guys, any closing statements, Alabama? Because I'm ready to get out of here. I've been
Your
on for
place or
5 hours.
mine, Queen
Oh
Mother. I
Lord,
haven't heard that in a while.
I
But you
know.
take care and get you some rest. I'm
Yeah, I'm
gone.
tired. I've been on for
Peace
5
out.
hours. Any closing statements, Jeremiah? You got 3 seconds.
Oh Lord.
man, the Spaghetti tribe, they was on the news and everything. 3 seconds, golly, that's fast. But at the same time, is they don't want to be felony recognized, even though they try to come down there and try to take
Oh,
all heritage from us. But at the same time, is I'm going to look into the information that you said. You're
okay, you gonna come back and show me?
yeah, I'm gonna come back and show you.
All right, because I want to see. I'm interested to know. That's my cash app if anybody wanted to donate. Um, Straight Smoke. Oh, you gave your closing statement. Did you, Straight Smoke?
Oh no, I sat back and waited, and as always, Sister Bethy, as always, thank you so much for highlighting the things that you always highlight in the way that you do, in the manner that you do. It's very good for us to see how it is and how it is actually seen. That is the most pertinent information that we can always have to solidify exactly what we stand for. And that's what I ascertain from being around you and understanding what you show. I thank you so much for what you do and what you've shown me and my family across all 50 states. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you, and I'm glad. I'm glad I can make a difference. Hey, Silence.
Hey, what's going on?
You got
Yeah, I've been silent. I don't know, something
yes,
wrong with my
man.
earphones. The earphones kind of mess it up, so I try to home in and listen with my ears. But my closing statement, just keep on doing what you're doing. I've noticed that you've been had a lot of research. It's just good you get better. It's good to see that you just man, you're still researching. It's so
Yeah,
excited to always hear, things you do it different and all that. So may you continue on
yeah. We
as you
have to.
continue to build.
Our history is like infinite, man. You could every day you learn something new, and you get something to really think about. And that's
Mhm.
all I do all night. It puts me to sleep. And
Sister Bethy,
reading and trying to find stuff out. Hmm.
you want to hear
You
something
know, you
crazy?
be
But
dreaming
it's
of it.
not even crazy. My grandfather used to say this to me all the time when I was 6 years old, six through seven through eight. He said, the moment you stop learning is the moment you start dying. You
Yeah,
have to do something positive every day as far as reading and learning what words
yeah.
mean. He was a stickler on words, a stickler on words, for
I
real.
love reading. I do. I love reading. That's what I do. I read all
Stimulating
night.
your mind.
I read
Man,
all
I
night,
had
and
to write the
It brings you to
Dolores
another
Cannon.
world. Yeah.
I
Bro, I
put
had
on
to write the
that little
Dolores
Lofi
Cannon
station.
dictionary.
I do. I there's this YouTube channel. It's Lofi, and I listen to them. And it's they're Asians, but they play like their music, and Bart Simpson be sleep. It's so calming. I listen to it every night when I don't want to hear like the YouTube fighting and stuff. Sometimes you gotta drain that out. It's draining to hear our men fight real bad on the piano. So I just turn it to that little smooth music.
Hey, Sister Bethany, I know what you said because the other night when I was on cut podcast, they made me smoke off all my cigarettes. I was like, yo, I had 2 packs of cigarettes. I was like, God damn it. I woke up in the morning, I
Damn,
ain't
bro.
had nothing.
That's a lot of smoking,
You
bro.
need to you
A
need
lot
to
of
go.
smoke.
Look, they burn out for the most part. But I'm gonna get out of here, y'all.
Love you
I
so
love
much,
y'all,
Sister Beth.
and thanks, bruh.
Love
Hey,
you, Chief.
thank you, y'all. Hey, maybe I'll be back tomorrow, maybe not. I'm gonna have my little boys tomorrow, so I don't think I'll be live tomorrow because my little twins, man, they ain't gonna let me do nothing. They ain't gonna let me do nothing in peace. Dude coming pulling down my green screen, and I'm trying to whisper, and they know I can't yell because I'm on live. They be doing torturous stuff to me.
Hey,
But I
Sister
love
Beth,
y'all,
you
and
got
I'm
like
about
2 questions I can ask you after this?
yes,
Okay.
yes. But I'm gonna get on up out of here, y'all. Y'all be cool.
You too.
You're
As always.